What I remember most is how dark it was. That no matter how much I tried to bring in light, I couldn't. My eyes opening and closing, producing the same darkness each time. It felt like this darkness stayed forever. It felt like true time, not dream time, if that makes sense to anyone. Even so, I could hear everything. It just took my brain a minute to register that. When it did, I heard the sound of the woods first. Bugs humming and chirping, frogs sounding off. I thought about how peaceful it was. If you've ever had the pleasure of camping near Common Loon, even as a child, I had a great appreciation for the nighttime singing. Laying there in this somewhat horrible, dark state, I started to wonder, am I paralyzed? If so, why? Then I heard the loon. It was such a unique tune that I heard. It relaxed me. I no longer feared being paralyzed. Somehow I understood that wasn't my truth. The darkness remained, and I allowed myself to lay there, not questioning it, hoping I'd eventually go back to my dream world. But just as I relaxed, I heard what sounded like a flare gun being shot. Then after a while, something even more out of place. Unfamiliar voices, male voices. They sounded far away, further than the loon. Maybe they were the source of the flare. I wanted to know what they were saying so bad, but I couldn't. I was filled with a sense of dread. Then the loon. Singing the same tune. I felt calm again, and I began focusing on the voices. Slowly, agonizingly slow, these voices started to break through the sound of the woods. I could tell they were close. I could hear one shushing the other, and I heard what sounded like someone cocking a gun. Now time seemed to be flying by, because moments later it sounded like they were right outside the tent. My tent.
There's only 3 of them. One of them's a kid. We don't kill kids.
Yeah, I know. We just, maybe we hit the larger tent. We try for the keys, the cash first, you know?
As I heard this back and forth, it was like I knew in my bones my parents were about to die. I could feel a tear rolling down my cheek, followed by several more. I listened as these 2 men unzipped my parents' tent. I was petrified. I wanted to scream, but I had no voice. No sounds accompanied my tears. There was no way out of this total darkness. I just had to listen. Listen as they tried to follow their shitty plan. Listen to multiple voices yelling. At first it was the men, but also my dad. Eventually my mom. I remember I swore that I could even hear my own cries. It was all chaos. Almost immediately followed by even more chaos. Gunfire. Lots of gunfire. And maybe more footsteps coming from outside the tents. I couldn't see anything. I couldn't move. But I just felt like there were more bad guys. Soon, all was quiet. Silent, but only for a moment. Then I heard hurried footsteps approaching my tent. Someone struggling to open my tent when suddenly I threw myself awake, covered in sweat, completely drenched and trying to catch my breath. Without thinking, I quickly unzipped my tent and I ran into my parents' tent. I unzipped it, relieved to see them very much alive. I lay down between the 2 of them, pulling the blanket over my head. I started to feel relaxed, being where I was now, able to move but choosing not to right this moment. I couldn't sleep, but at least I wasn't alone. As I laid there in total darkness, I listened to the sound of the woods. I wanted to find comfort in them like I had before, but instead I was hyper-focused on them, obsessive. The bugs, the frogs, the loon. That unique tune. My body just wouldn't let me ignore it. And even though I don't think I knew what I was doing, I woke my parents up, shaking them both. My dad, the first to rise, asking me what's wrong. I tell my dad I think we should go. My mom's awake now. My dad's asking me what happened. I start from the part where these men are at our campsite, discussing robbing and killing us. I tell him they don't kill kids, but there's a lot of gunfire exchanged. But they really just want the pickup and the trailer, the keys. Nothing is coming out as eloquently as I had just heard it play out. He tells me to catch my breath. He thinks about what I said, and he tells me it was a terrible nightmare, that we just need to get some rest. Exactly what a lot of parents would do, honestly. Seems cliche, but what would you do? I sit there and I listen to the noises outside. I know I've heard them all before. Nature always has a way of feeling familiar, but these sounds were actually familiar, like deja vu. My mom pipes up and is telling my dad that he should at least get his gun from the bag and check outside. They mumble back and forth, and I grab their arms and I tell them to shh. I tell them if we hear or see a flare gun in the next 5 minutes, we have to leave. I make them promise. My dad's almost agitated that my mom's so quick to agree, but we all agree. Not even 5 minutes goes by. Flare gun fires off. My mom shrieks a bit, stops herself, and grabs my dad's arm. My eyes instantly well with tears. I beg them, please, let's go. Now. My dad is still frustrated, and I can see him wanting to go back on his promise. So when he looks at me, my 10-year-old self tells him, matter-of-factly, Dad, we can leave now and get a really good head start on staying alive. Or we can wait for the loon to sing its tune, the weird one, again, because it will. But if we wait any longer than that, I don't think we have enough time to outrun these guys and their guns. He looks at me intently, and he begrudgingly tells my mom to take me and our things and go to the trailer. He's going to pack up the tents and the camping chairs, he says. He's not leaving them behind, he says. I take a lantern to my tent and I grab some things per my dad's instructions. I'm in my tent and I hear the loon for the second time. Chills go down my spine. I take an armful of stuff and I run it to the truck. My mom takes it from my arms and throws it in the trailer. Then she grabs my arm and tells me calmly to get in the truck and to stay there. She starts to head towards my dad quickly, but he's already halfway to her, and he's running. But he's telling my mom to shush with his hands and with his mouth. He's basically the embodiment of a shush in that moment. He's motioning for her to turn around, to run. I unlock the doors. My dad doesn't grab the tents, and he's got no camping chairs in his arms. Instantly, I know something's wrong. He opens the driver's side door, basically tosses my mom into the truck, and throws himself in after, quickly starting up the truck and telling us to get down, handing my mom a pistol, grabbing another from under his seat and shoving it under his leg. He maneuvers us out of this tight spot in record time. All I'm doing is looking back in the side mirrors, just waiting to see two silhouettes standing there. My dad has extended view on his side, so I reach my neck to see if there's anything, and he snaps at me to stay down. I never get to see what my dad saw, and before I knew it, we were back on the highway. Not too long after we hit the highway, my dad spoke.
You saved us, Katie Bear. I don't know how you did it, but you saved us.
I don't remember if I said anything back to him or not. What do you say? But I know I'll never forget him telling me that. It gave me so much validation, and I needed that. The rest of our night was spent at the police station, my dad explaining everything that had happened, sort of. Even as of late, I've asked my dad why he didn't just tell them about the dream, but he always tells me it's because he wanted him to take him seriously. Explaining that I'm his daughter, and he didn't even take me seriously. Not at first. It wasn't until he heard the voices and the sounds of the strange men walking in the distance, the loon, all of that he started to believe. My dad said he recalled seeing two men earlier on the trip. We'd been looking for places to potentially fish, and when my dad left the bait shop next to our camp, two men were standing near my dad's truck, potentially looking inside. One man even walked to the back of it, touching the trailer, examining it a little. My mom and I were in the bathroom, but it wasn't until he started the truck that they sort of backed off, standing to the side, watching us. It stood out to him. He didn't know why at the time, but when the police asked for a description, he described those men. And things did eventually become of those descriptions. People were arrested, and maybe some others were even saved. Another detail I learned after leaving the station was that my dad had seen the men's silhouette in the trees in the marsh just beyond our sight, and they took pause, almost like they could see him too. That's when my dad saw the men reaching, either to the side or behind. He knew they had weapons because they were part of their silhouette. That's when he ran. And once we were elevated enough above the campsite, for just a moment, he could see that it wasn't just two men. There were others, spread out around the site. So getting the police involved wasn't just about us. It was about the various other people that may have been camping out that way. So he couldn't waltz in there and say his daughter just saved his life with a premonition. He needed them to believe him. And I get that. I mean, outside of my own parents, I'm not sure that anyone I've told actually believes me, or if they just don't want to hurt my feelings. Doesn't matter to me none, though. Just by standing here today, 18 years later, with both my parents, that's enough satisfaction for me in this life and the next.
When I was a kid, I loved to ride quads and all of that stuff. My friend had gotten one for his birthday, and he'd brought it over, so we went through the trails behind my house. We were going to race, but his ran out of gas, so we just drove mine until his dad got back from the gas station. Me, being the brave 8-year-old that I was, I floored it. I was going about 30 or 35 miles an hour when I hit a tree stump. The quad lifted, and it threw my friend and I on the ground. I was sure the quad was going to fall on me, being that it was on one wheel. If it did, I would have been impaled in the neck or the head by the sharp metal tow hook on the back, and I damn sure would have died. It went back on all 4 wheels, and it shouldn't have, because it was slowly tipping over, and it was almost at the point where gravity would have taken its toll and just pushed it all the way down. But it's like something stopped it and forced it in the opposite direction, putting it back on all 4 wheels. I've always had a feeling that a relative that had passed away 2 months prior to this event, and whom I was very close to, was looking over me and saved my life that day. But I'm thankful my friend's quad ran out of gas because, if not, and one of us was behind the other, it probably would have made the accident even worse than it was.
This definitely isn't the freakiest thing that's happened to me, but I've been thinking about it ever since. About 2 weeks ago, I went for a normal run on the trails that I've been going to for a few years. The whole area is pretty wooded, but you can definitely see through the woods. The trees are thin and the grass isn't too tall. I decided to take a path I normally don't go, but I have been down a few times. I was heading down the path and I started to smell dead animal. I'm not sure if that's exactly what it was, but it wasn't pleasant. I then see a disheveled-looking woman kind of stagger out of the woods carrying a bag. I don't think much of it, considering we have a pretty big homeless population, and I thought maybe she was squatting in the area or something. I started to get closer to her, and when I got next to her, I waved and smiled. And holy shit, her eyes were white. No pupils. Almost had a blue tint, like frosted. She looked ancient and had on red face paint, think Viking face paint, and very short white hair, almost a buzz cut. She pointed at me and said something. I couldn't hear her though, as I had my headphones on. Her body language was almost approving, like when someone tells you, "Hey, good job." She kind of nodded and threw her head back and smiled. While I was next to her, I realized the smell was coming from her bag. It took me a second to process what I saw, and when I turned around to look, of course, she was just gone. Like I said, the area is pretty wooded and very open. If she had took off running or something, I should have seen her in a split second, even if she sprinted. Not even a minute later, my ex texted me, saying that he was thinking about me and asked if I was okay. It could have very well been a coincidence, but the timing of it weirded me out. I didn't really get a bad feeling from it, but who knows? I just keep telling myself maybe it was just a crazy lady. So, my current job. Y'all, I'm not entirely sure about this place. It's a hotel that's only like 3 years old. Nothing was really here before that. Though, I don't know the history of the area. When I first started here, I heard one of the guests apparently killed themselves in their room. But I've never confirmed it. And really, so far, nothing crazy has happened to make me question it, but the other night, I was making my rounds, emptying the full public trash cans. I went up the elevator to check on the cans just outside of them, and after checking one, I went back on the elevator and waited for the door to close. The door started to close, then immediately opened back up. Nobody was outside of it pressing any buttons, and nothing inside was blocking the door. Could be a mechanical glitch. So I passed it off. I did get a chill when it happened, as if there were a ghost there, which I do get when there's a ghost around, but it could have just been me freaking myself out. Those chills are very similar. But then tonight, I was in the break room bathroom. I use it frequently. While in there, I've heard the people above me in their room moving around, the people in their room on the other side of the wall moving around, and people in the public bathroom on the other side of the wall, flushing the toilet or slamming the toilet lid. My wife is the only other person working with me on third shift, and employees are the only ones who can access the break room through the laundry room door, which is keycard activated. I've even heard her come into the area before looking for clean towels for guests. From the bathroom, I can hear the laundry room door shut as it slams loudly. Tonight, while in the bathroom, I distinctly heard someone walking on the laundry break room floor and heard little things making noise like something being moved and tapping a table or a wall. I know those sounds well, and I'm 100% sure the noises were coming from the laundry or break room. I figured it was my wife looking for towels or something for guests again, except I never heard the door slam shut. I just figured she propped it open or held it until it shut quietly. When I left the room, I saw her at the front desk and asked if she'd been in that room. She said she hadn't been in there at all tonight. What's even stranger is someone spilled something sticky on the floor and didn't clean it up, so walking through there made my shoes sound sticky all over. But the footsteps I heard didn't stick to the floor. By the way, I did just finish mopping that area so that the floors aren't sticky anymore. Unlike those that I work with, I actually do my job.
Malakoff Diggins State Park. It's one of those places that you see signs for when you're driving down Highway 20, or the Yuba Donner Scenic Byway in Nevada City, Gold Rush Town. In 2013, myself and a few friends decided to visit Malakoff for a hike on the way back from Reno. No big deal. We hike a lot, and we're used to hot weather, strange terrain, etc. Well, we weren't used to what we experienced while we were in this particular park, and it made for a rather short hike. The park itself was pretty beautiful, and we could see from a map that there was a pond, Diggins Pond. It sat essentially at the center of all the various trail ends. We'd learned that Malakoff was actually part of an abandoned town, a small town that was filled with people that were chasing the gold rush. They'd even settled and had a schoolhouse built. It wasn't much of a town anymore aside from that schoolhouse, but we weren't really there to stay. We just wanted to chase daylight, not in the car, find us a body of water, and then hit the road. My friend, we'll call her Carrie. Carrie and I were a bit ahead of everybody else, and we thought it would be funny to hide behind one of the various large rocks or trees that surrounded the trail. We wanted to scare the others. One of our friends was especially freaked out by the little abandoned town feel, so we knew that we'd get her good. We quieted our steps and found the perfect rock, boulder, and we just waited for our friends to pass. It's easy to realize how long you've been waiting for someone when you're in a crouched position. My thighs were starting to burn, and as Carrie and I looked at each other, it was clear that we were thinking the same thing. What's taking them so long? We slowly stood up and peeked out towards the trail. We couldn't see our friends. They probably got distracted by something shiny. We joked as we walked back in the direction of our friends. When our friends were in view again, we were greeted with a very serious, "There you guys are. What the hell?" And they went on about how that was so creepy and to not do that again. In this moment, Carrie and I were both sort of confused, asking if they thought that we were lost or something, saying that the funny thing was we were originally hiding over there. We'd pointed over the hill towards the rock, but you guys never showed up. Everyone was sort of quiet. And now, we all looked confused. The crying noises, you guys, the crying noises and the voices. Carrie and I looked at each other, then back at everyone else. What voices? We asked this almost in unison. Everyone gave us that look like, enough is enough, and it became clear that they weren't going to explain themselves. As we stood there in almost silence, I noticed that I had goosebumps. I looked around and everyone else did too, all along our arms and our legs. Maybe we're closer to the water than we thought. I started to say this when I was cut off. Shh. I was shushed by more than one of my friends. And at first, I was offended, but then I heard it. It sounded like crying. It sounded like children crying. We were all so focused and so silent that when something moved just behind us, we all jumped at the same time, trying not to make a sound, but unsuccessfully making a whole lot of it. Suddenly, it felt like something was near us, like watching us. We said to each other out loud that we should head out, but it felt like we couldn't move, like we couldn't leave the way that we'd came in, like something was blocking us from doing that, or maybe it was our instincts telling us that something was over there, something that we didn't want to be a part of. We all sort of made a circle with our bodies, all of our backs facing one another, getting a full view of our surroundings. We could hear the sound of something heavy walking on the trail, but none of us could see anyone walking. We asked each other over and over, looking from trail end to trail end, but there was no one there, no one but us. I squeezed my friends' hands and I told them quietly that I thought something was getting closer. My friends nodded. No one else said anything for a while. It was clear now that the sound was much closer, practically in our bubble. But there's no one here or there, so what? It was Carrie that led the charge, declaring, "Whatever, let's go. This shit is too weird." And she took off running, so we followed suit. We hadn't gotten far when suddenly my friend yelled out, like she'd gotten hurt. So we all halted and turned back. She was on the ground. "Holy shit, you're bleeding." I know it's not exactly the best thing to say to someone who's injured, but I was yelling this as I reached for a towel and my first aid kit. But my friend said she was fine. She told me not to bother with the kit, that we just needed to get back to the car. I wasn't feeling right about just leaving her bleeding, but she was already up and going. So, again, I followed. Almost as soon as the car doors closed, my friend, the one that was hurt, started crying. But it was like, as soon as we went to comfort her, she snapped out of it and told us to start driving. So Carrie started to drive, and we sat in silence for a minute, pretty sure we were just decompressing. Something grabbed me. Something grabbed me and pulled me backwards. That's why I'm bleeding. Like, I didn't trip, you guys. I hate that place. At first, I didn't know what to think, but then it was like, oh yeah, we experienced something super weird before that happened. We were running because we knew something bad was there. You guys believe me, right? Like, what was that? My friend finally asked. Of course we believe you. I mean, I heard the crying, and that definitely wasn't me or Carrie. If that's the same crying that you guys heard, it wasn't us. The conversation after I said that just sort of spiraled, and we all recapped the nonsense we'd just experienced. Eventually, we'd been driving and talking about the weirdness so long that we didn't even notice that one of our friends hadn't said anything for quite some time. That's when we all learned together that Malakoff Diggins State Park has a bit of a dark past. We found several stories on the place, different variations of what really broke the town, but one story that continued to pop up. It was a dark one. The story of a school teacher who had murdered one of his students. But he hadn't just murdered a student. He'd murdered the child by hanging him from the rafters of the schoolhouse in front of the rest of the children. Yeah, it was one of the darker things I'd heard in a while. I mean, just know this, we aren't adrenaline junkies. We don't go to places with the intention of getting scared or anything like that. Had we known the dark history, we likely would have picked a different hike. It just sort of shook all of us, especially my friend who was grabbed. But it's been hard for all of us to grasp or conceptualize the idea that spirits or some unknown energy can actually hurt you. I mean, that just doesn't seem like it should be something that is possible. Yet here we are, talking about that time that it happened. Well, that's the only creepy experience I've ever had, but it's enough for me. We definitely always at least research the trails and parks that we go to now. We don't need a repeat of that one summer, we always say. We'll do anything to never have to hear the sound of children crying in the woods again.
So a few years ago, the night sky was clear, and my mom and I had gotten off of work at about the same time that I usually do, 2 or 3 a.m. The moon looked beautiful. We decided to go watch the sunrise over the lake. We lived about 15 minutes from Lake Michigan, and it's pretty regular for us to talk for hours. We took a back road through a wooded area to get to our usual location. Some info you need to know about the location in order to imagine this. The road we took was a very small road that had thick woods and swamp on both sides. The road is so small that if cars were going both ways, sometimes you have to pull off slightly to the side to let the other car pass. Lots of greenery surrounds this road, and there are slight dips on either side. No street lights or anything, so the only illumination is the car's headlights. Okay, so we're driving and chatting, and I'm a passenger. Mom's driving. As she's talking to me, I'm looking at her, and she's looking at the road. She stops mid-sentence, and I could tell that something was happening in front of us, so I glanced over. I said, "What's a kid doing out here this late?" I saw what I can only describe as a creature that looked like it was made to blend in with its surroundings. It was standing on the left side of the road. It seemed to be made of twigs and leaves and branches, almost, but not quite, resembling a tumbleweed. It stood at most 3 feet tall. It seemed to be covered in patches of some sort of orange, copper, red fur, but not quite fur. As soon as the words left my mouth, I realized that's not a kid. My mom shouted my thoughts and slammed on the brakes. If you've ever seen TV shows depicting the way vampires move, like super fast, almost glitching across, that's how this thing moved to get in front of us. It was on the left and then right in front of us in a split second. If I had to guess, we were maybe 7 feet away from it. It lifted its head, I guess. Its whole body was kind of one big mass, and it looked at us with its eye. Yes, it's correct. One eye. One completely black eye. We sat there in stunned silence for a moment. Just as I was asking, "What is that?" it got down and slithered like a fucking snake past the car and into the brush on my side. My mom took off at full speed. I had researched a lot about how one person's thoughts and recollection of a situation can influence another person's until the story is no longer the same. There was even a study done about people who had never been on a hot air balloon, being shown a picture of one, being told that they were on it when the photo was taken, and asked to remember the day. Most people said that they remembered it and make up a story about it. It's really interesting stuff, absolutely worth looking into. So both of us knew this prior to the event. I asked her what she saw, and she asked me what I saw. Both were the same. At first, we tried to rationalize it as tumbleweed, but no, it surely looked at us. Maybe a deformed animal, but no animal around here looks like tumbleweed. Maybe a really skinny deformed fox. Couldn't be, as it glitches across the road. It's the only way I know how to describe it. We then moved on to more paranormal creatures in our search engines. This proved fruitless, as nothing that we could find matched the description of what we saw. When telling this story to friends, I often find myself referring to it as a realistic and nightmarish version of the Lorax. To this day, when recalling this incident, it feels like we saw something we weren't supposed to. Like we saw past what we all know as fact and real and tangible, and saw part of what this world really is. This feeling doesn't make sense, and neither does this story. If anyone has any suggestions about what this could be, I'm open to answer any and all questions. I just want to know what we experienced, even if it's just an animal that we never knew of.
Two years ago, I worked the front desk at a large hospital in the Houston area. I would usually only work the day shift, and prior to this event, I never felt strange or unsafe about that place. I mean, it's a hospital, so there's that side of it, but generally, it was a nice place to work. I'd been taking my break in the small break lounge. It was just out of view of the front desk. And at the time, I was just reading a magazine and sipping coffee. I heard someone ring the bell at the front desk. Someone was covering the front desk, so there wasn't really any reason for anyone to ring the bell. But I got up and walked around the corner because I obviously didn't want someone to have to wait. I exited the lounge, but I saw no one at the front desk. No coworker, and there was no one that seemed to be waiting. So I turned around, and just as I went to walk back into the lounge, ding, ding, I freeze, and then I turn around, and there's no one. I run back into the lounge, and moments later my coworker pops inside the room, asking if I had seen who was waiting, and did I hear the sound coming from down the hallway. I answer the best I can that I didn't see anyone press the bell, trying to explain that it was just the opposite, that I heard it, but I saw no one, even when I was practically looking right at it. And then I asked her what noise in the hall. She said it sounded like someone had run from the waiting room down the hall. She could hear the running and the incoherent shouting of a man. My coworker looked as spooked as I did. After my shift, we convinced our friend in the security department to check the footage, as we started to believe that someone was playing a joke on us. Maybe they had ducked out of sight when either of us had gone to look for the source of the noise. But the security footage brought us no ease at all. If anything, it just confirmed that we indeed had been dealing with something that we couldn't see. I don't know if I believe in ghosts or spirits or demons or really anything too specific. I find it all very interesting, of course, but I don't know what any of it means. And I don't even know where to start. I'm curious how many others out there have experienced something like this, and how many have experienced it in broad daylight. I never did experience it again, and that part, it always made me wonder too. I was recently discussing ghosts and sharing ghost stories with my best friend, and remembered this strange experience I'd had during outdoor education camp in 6th grade. I realized I hadn't thought about it for many years and decided to write about it here, because to this day, I have no idea what I actually saw, and it still gives me the creeps. My best friend had also been there at the time, but I'd been too afraid to tell her about what I'd seen, in case I was just crazy. We're now both in our early 30s. It was 2001, and the whole 6th grade class, so about 60 kids, had a week-long camping field trip in some redwoods, a couple of hours from our school. It was supposed to be a celebration for finishing elementary school, basically a week of swimming, hiking, crafts, and adventure. It was great fun. On one of the last nights, the camp aides took us on a night hike into the forest. There were about 5 to 10 camp counselors and teachers with flashlights, and the students got little glow sticks to hold. We first gathered in a large soccer field to get directions and organize our group. It was very dark, and we could see all of the stars in the sky. We were surrounded by thick, dark forest. As I marveled at the nature around me, I saw something white flittering about in my peripheral vision. I turned to see a strange, rapidly shifting, white entity. It seemed like it was glitching, the way that it was sort of blinking in and out of existence. It was almost pitch black outside, yet the figure seemed to be internally lit, with sparks of energy. Thinking it was my eyes adjusting to the dark, seeing floaters or ocular debris, I rubbed my eyes and blinked. I looked straight at it, expecting it to disappear, but it didn't. It actually seemed to become aware of me looking at it, as it moved back into the trees a little further, as I continued to watch it move about. When I looked away, I could still see it in the corner of my eye, starting to come closer. It emerged from the perimeter of the forest. At first, it looked like a humanoid, diaphanous figure. Then, it morphed into a wolf-like figure, running on all fours quickly. There was a good distance between me and this spirit, but I was still scared, and I felt sick to my stomach. I thought I was going crazy or something was wrong with my eyes. I didn't believe in ghosts, and I'd only had a couple of spooky encounters like cabinet slamming. Up until this moment, I'd always felt there was a logical explanation to everything. Anyways, we finally began our hike. My best friend was right next to me, but I told her nothing of this creepy-ass, shifting, transparent creature thing in the forest. The thought of her not being able to see it or thinking that I was crazy, that was too much of a risk. To my relief, we turned away from the side of the forest where the thing was, and we start to enter the forest on the opposite side. The trail was very steep. We hiked in a long line, with the camp aides at the front, middle, and end of the group. I was somewhere in the middle. After 15 minutes or so of hiking, I remember feeling a prickly sensation down my spine, and my stomach churned. I glanced behind me, and that's when I see the forest thing at the very back of the line, following us, or me. Although there were still a lot of kids in the line separating me and the thing, it was much closer than before when it was in the woods by the field. It now had a distinctly humanoid form, although its edges seemed blurry and in still constant flux. It had no face, and if I stared at it directly, it would fade somewhat, but not disappear. And like before, when looking at it peripherally, it became much more solid in form. I was scared shitless, but still said nothing to anyone. I decided my eyes were still tricking me. Once we got to the top of our destination, it was time to turn around. I saw the figure still hanging at the end of the line. Then, the front of the line doubled back, and to my horror, I realized I would be forced to pass the white figure. As soon as I got within 15 or 20 feet of the figure, it dissipated, like steam or smoke, right in front of me. I never saw it again. I didn't sleep that night in the open-air cabins, and I was very relieved that we were going home the next day.
I've been a wrecker for the past 45 years, but before officially becoming one myself, I was an apprentice. I got my apprenticeship when I was 22. I'd just gotten back from serving in Vietnam. I was in the 23rd Infantry Division. But after my discharge, I needed a job. My uncle got me hooked up with a friend of his who was a heavy-duty wrecker, and it's been history ever since. I mention my service in the military because I'd like it to be known that I'm not faint of heart. I've experienced the horrors of war firsthand. From time to time, I'm still visited by the demons that followed me home. I'm not squeamish. But one job that we pulled up on in my years of apprenticeship was something I'd never seen before. The first time I'd ever lost my lunch from a sight I wish I'd never seen. A freight company reached out to us, asking that we keep an eye out for a truck that's been missing for a couple of days. No word from the driver. The delivery never made its way to its destination. The company gives an approximate route the driver could have taken, and that afternoon, me and my mentor are out on the highway looking for the missing 18-wheeler. Sure enough, it doesn't take long for us to notice a big chunk of guardrail lifted and bent off the side of the road. We pull over and we see that just beyond this guardrail is a deep cliff. And upon closer inspection, hidden amongst the leaves and treetops, we spied the back end of the truck. It looked like it went straight down into this cliff and stuck like a dart, the only visible part being the back end. My mentor tells me that we need to get down there and see how extensive the damage is and check for the almost certain casualties inside the front. Being the good apprentice I was, I didn't complain when he suggested tying a tow cable around my hips and lowering me down there. The actual scaling of this drop-off wasn't the problem. I was in the best shape of my life, and it felt like the drills that we do back in boot camp. I reached the bottom of the cliff within a couple of minutes. No problem. When I hit the ground floor of the forest, I was able to see the whole truck. Well, at least a shrine of bent metal that used to be an 18-wheeler transport freight. I unstrap myself from the tow cable, and I make my way to the vertical truck. I climb up the engine hood and I shimmy my way to the driver's side door, using the rearview mirror for leverage. I pop the handle, and I fall when gravity swings the door open, along with the rearview mirror I was holding on to. This sends me about 10 feet on my ass into the bushes below. This also shakes the truck, and for a moment, I think it's going to come dislodged and crush me. After all the commotion stops, I once again climb up the hood and shimmy my way over to the now open driver's side door. Hanging from the bottom metal step attached under the door, I start to pull myself up into the cab. As I'm pulling in, the first thing I see is a pair of legs pinned between the steering wheel and the seat. As I suspected, the driver did not survive this accident. But I'm startled when I hear a low moan expel from just above me, along with what I think is twitching. I'm thinking, Jesus Christ, this guy may have actually lived through this somehow. I climb the rest of the way up, gripping onto the steering wheel. I'm able to get my footing and balance on the twisted metal. What I saw was unimaginable carnage on a level I didn't know existed. A visceral nightmare that only got worse. The inside of the cab is covered in chunks and pieces of flesh. The man's upper body has been torn apart by animals, and I suddenly put together the twitching I previously felt was actually the head of a bear digging into the man's body from the passenger side. I scream and I fall from the cab. After I hit the ground, I hear the bear fall and hit the ground about 10 yards to my feet. I get to my feet and I make a run for the tow cable, screaming for my mentor to start hoisting me up. The bear is instantly on my heels. I'm forced to start free climbing the tow cable up this rock cliff. My mentor didn't hear my cries for help until I was halfway up the cable, and then he pressed the button to start cranking me in. When I'm at the top, I start to puke. My hands are stained with rope burns and blood from the steering wheel. Ignoring what's in front of him, my mentor tells me that he's radioed the authorities, that they're on their way, so we need to start hooking up the cables. After, I just stare blankly for a moment. He finally says that I can tell him all about it while we get the hookups on. Needless to say, he took me out for a beer after that one. Come to find out, that was something not even he had seen yet, but he had seen a lot. It was after that job that he basically gave me the talk, telling me that I should decide quickly if this was something I really wanted to do, that it wouldn't always be bears, but it might more often than not involve death. I've got a lot of stories, and they aren't all bad. My mentor all those years ago was right, though. It does involve a lot of death, but so did the military, the only other job I've really known. At least with wrecking, despite the name, I didn't have to hurt anyone. When it's not total carnage, you're usually saving somebody's life or helping them out of an otherwise impossible situation, so yeah, I chose to stick with it. I used to clean offices back when I was a student going to university. It was a great job for students because they didn't care when you showed up as long as you got the job done between the closed hours of 6 p.m. and 6 a.m. This one law office I cleaned every Thursday was pretty cool by design, but always spooked me out. The building was about 6 stories high, and the law firm being on the top had a beautiful view. It was a heritage building located in what was the city's original town square. I was told that it was where the town hangings had once occurred, and that the particular building I worked in was at one time a brothel. So lots of history, and that alone made me want to get the job done as early as possible. The whole 6th floor would take me about an hour to clean. I usually managed to be out of there by 8 or 9 at the latest, usually taking a beautiful sunset too. This night, I stayed late at school and arrived at the job well after dark, close to midnight. The layout of this law firm was a circle. You take the elevator up with your cart, and the doors open to the reception and waiting area. To the right were the washrooms, and then individual law offices circled around the floor, with a large boardroom in the middle and a staff break room at the opposite end. A strange feeling usually hit me as soon as the elevator doors opened. This weird feeling of someone there, but the stillness of the vacant space kept reassuring you that that was crazy talk. The later in the evening it was, the stronger the feeling. I was not looking forward to this next hour. On this night, the doors opened and I could hear people talking and laughing. It sounded like ladies were working late and chatting it up in the break room. I remember smiling with relief because I was feeling pretty scared to be there alone so late. I walked around the right side calling out hello to let them know I was there and not surprise them. As I rounded the corner to the break room, the talking sounds just stopped and absolutely no one was there. I stood there frozen for a moment, and I thought maybe they were in the offices on the left. So I kept going, calling out hello and announcing my presence. No one was in the building at all, but the chatter I had just heard was clear as day. As I came full circle back to the elevator, I kid you not, the elevator doors opened by themselves. I was so frightened, so I pushed the cart back onto the elevator and headed home. Nope, nope, nope. This story is about my father and my uncle, who had this experience when they were kids. My father and his elder brother, my uncle, were like best friends from childhood. My father used to live in a joined family in a very small village in Maharashtra state, India. The village is located a bit into the jungle, with a population of hardly 500 to 800 people at this time. Farming was the main occupation, with little to no electricity. Also, a lack of wall clocks, so they used to determine their time according to the daylight. It was around 1966 or so. Now I know it sounds like medieval times, but it was the situation for tribal people in India. So my father, then 8 or 10, and my uncle, then 15 or 16 years old, used to get up early in the morning, around 4 a.m., and they would go into the jungle to cut the woods for daily needs like cooking, building, etc. But before that, my aunt, their elder sister, used to make some breakfast for them like bakri, kind of an Indian bread, and sabji, curry for relevance. She would pack either of them a tiffin so that they could eat later, or used to deliver the food herself in early dawn with my grandfather, who used to start the farm's work. The jungle was near the farms, and my father and uncle used to go to the familiar area of the jungle, the one that my aunt knew very well. She could track them down easily, have their breakfast together, and then come back together with the wood logs. One day, my uncle and father got up early in the morning as usual. It was still dark, and it was winter. Sunrise was a bit later during this season, and their sister was still sleeping, so they decided not to disturb her. They picked up their axes and went for the jungle. That day in the jungle, they decided to go a bit further than usual, but in reality, they went way too far. They were not even able to see the lantern lights of the village. They started cutting a tree and gathering little sticks from around. They got very busy and were concentrating for the time being. After about an hour and a half or so, my uncle got suspicious over why the sun was not rising yet. By this time, there were supposed to be birds singing, and they heard no rooster making that typical morning noise, no cattle mooing, and no dogs barking, which came along with the shepherds. All that they heard was an eerie, deep silence. It was so silent, in fact, that my uncle got worried that they were earlier than their usual time, so he started to hurry up in his work. Now, before going any further, let me be very clear about my uncle. He's a very tough guy. Nothing scares this dude easily, and he's respected by the whole village. Same goes for my father. But this time was different. He didn't know why, but he was feeling like there was something wrong and that something was watching them from the deep jungle. And he knew better than to think that it was some tiger, cheetah, jaguar, or wild boar. He felt something was wrong that day, and then, all of a sudden, my father and uncle hear the voice of their sister from a long distance away. They couldn't see her. It was just a voice. My uncle got very suspicious, as the voice was coming from deep within the jungle and not from the direction of the village. My uncle told my father to tell her to come to them. So, my father responded to her voice, telling her to come to them. The voice stopped for a moment, and then she replied,
"No, you come to me. Hurry. I've brought you your favorite food."
In that moment, my uncle realized what it was. He'd heard a lot of stories from the villagers of a voice which takes people away, sometimes never to be found again, or, if found, they would be in a horrible mental state. The locals used to call such paranormal entities Chakva, meaning the paranormal being who will hypnotically fool you into taking your own life. As soon as my uncle snapped out of his thought, he realized that my father, being a naive kid, had started walking toward the voice and started responding to the entity. It was saying my father's name and yelling,
"Come in this direction. I'm here, waiting with the breakfast."
With full speed, my uncle ran towards my father and grabbed him by his shirt collar, saying, "Don't listen to her. Come on, we must go home." My father responded, "But it's our elder sister. She's calling us. I am hungry." By that time, my uncle had already grabbed my father's hand and told him, "She's bluffing us. She has no food. Now come on." Now, my father was about to start arguing with my uncle, but he looked into my uncle's eyes. He certainly looked scared, and his hand was shaking. Father, too, sensed that something was wrong and started walking fast toward the village without another word.
"Why are you going toward that side? Come here. Follow my voice,"
the entity said. My uncle, still holding my father's hand, "Ignore her. She's not coming to us anyways." Needless to say, he was trying to divert my father's attention from the entity and play it cool so that he wouldn't panic. As they were walking toward the village, it felt like an eternity. Now, being Hindu by religion, my uncle started mumbling mantras of Lord Rama, Hindu god. The voice slowly started to fade away as they were getting closer to the village. My uncle took a long sigh of relief when the dog started barking. All of a sudden, from the direction of the village, they noticed that some of the village lamps were close by. The whole village of dogs gathered together and started barking, making loud crying noises, like wolves. My uncle thought the entity might still be following them. He and my father started running toward the village. When they finally reached it, the voice was long gone, and there was this sense of lightheartedness. My uncle stopped near our ancestral temple, joined his hands, bowed his head, and said, "Thank you." My father was still confused about the situation. Once they reached home, my uncle and father saw that my aunt was still in her bed. My father, being a naive child, cursed her for beating them in the race. My aunt told them that she didn't get up that morning, let alone make the food. It turns out my father and my uncle
had left the house way too early, as in 2 a.m. or even earlier. And it was a no-moon night, so it was dark already. My grandfather and uncle knew better than to think that it was my aunt out there. And to this day, they're thankful to God. I just wanted to share some of my experiences that happened at one of my old jobs. This happened to be a dialysis clinic where I was a nurse. If you don't know what a dialysis clinic is, it's where people with kidney failure go for their treatments 3 times a week. I typically worked from 4:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. I would usually take my first break around 6 a.m. No one else would be in that part of our unit until 7:30. I would take a nap in the storage room where we had our old dialysis chair. From that spot, a lot of the staff would experience nightmares or sleep paralysis. For me, I often would feel ice-cold chills next to me, despite being wrapped in blankets. I've heard whispering when no one else was around. One time I woke up from a nap to find that my shoes had been kicked off and stuffed with paper towels. On the treatment floor, we would notice that from particular stations, some equipment, such as blood pressure cuffs, would start swinging at random times. We also had times where, before the patients arrived, the call lights would be activated. Our call lights had a physical button that had to be pressed down with some force. So the call lights would be activated to an empty station. We would turn it off, and another call light would be activated on the opposite corner of the room. The craziest thing that happened to me was when I was closing up the clinic by myself. I had stayed a little bit late to catch up on some paperwork, and all of the other staff and patients had left the building already. At times, the clinic went dead silent. All the ambient noise from buzzing lights to the noise from outside went out, as if a mute button had been pressed. I didn't think much of it since I wanted to get my work done and go home. Afterwards, I headed toward the back of the unit, near the storage room where we would take our naps, to turn off our water system for the night. As I was heading out, I instinctively kept looking back over my shoulder. I picked up my pace because it felt like something was chasing me out. As I reached the end of the hallway, I felt a whoosh of energy go through me, and the banners along the sides of the wall started shaking. At that point, I left the clinic without clocking out and got into my car as fast as possible. I figure that there's a lot of spiritual energy in places like these, since the patients spend so much time here. They often are feeling negative emotions while dealing with their illness before eventually passing. That's about it for this story. I appreciate anyone who takes the time reading it. I figured I would share this story that happened to me about 15 years ago while working as a night auditor in a hotel. Basically, I worked from midnight till 9 in the morning, 5 nights a week, for a few years at this hotel. I'd always heard stories about it possibly being haunted, but I had never had any experiences at all for the first few years, other than weird noises that could have been attributed to just about anything. Anyways, at this job, I would usually sit in the main office, work on my laptop during my shift while watching the security monitors. The office where I sat has a large desk, like a school principal or someone would have, and the monitors, maybe 15-inch computer monitors, are all the way on the other side of the office, facing me, about 15 or 20 feet away. Anyways, I would normally just work on stuff or surf the internet on my laptop,
and watch the monitors in case any guests would show up in the lobby to check in or out, or to ask for towels, etc. Keep in mind, during my shift, I'm the only employee there for the whole night. Anyways, while most of the nights were pretty quiet and uneventful, one particular night I kept feeling uneasy for some reason. I felt like I was being watched. Something just felt off. I brushed it off as just being tired and just tried to ignore it. It has been a while ago now, so I can't remember all the details leading up to it, but something very strange and terrifying happened that night. At least enough so that I've shared this story with countless people over the years. Some of you might think it's no big deal, but you'd have to experience it for yourself to know what it's like. Basically, while already feeling uneasy and sitting at the office desk, I saw a thick, dense black fog literally flying around the lobby on the security monitor. Even as I type this, I'm getting insane goosebumps. My initial thought was, what the fuck is that? And I got up to take a closer look at the monitor. It was still there, moving around every corner of the room. Keep in mind, I've always watched these monitors for several hours a night, and I've never seen anything like this. No, I was spooked out, bad. The hair on my arm stood up, and I got terror chills. I got enough courage to take a peek through the door to see if I could see it in person, not just on the monitor. But I saw nothing at all. I then went back to look at the monitor again, and it was still there. That's when I had an idea. I was going to screen capture it by pressing print screen on the keyboard. Each of the two monitors was hooked up to two separate computers. And I kid you not, as soon as my hand went for the print screen key, the black mass flew away as fast as it could toward the bottom left of the screen. But luckily, I got at least a tiny piece of it before it was gone forever. The even more effed up thing is that the camera did record video for 72 hours before recording over itself. But when I went back to watch the tape, there was no mass at all. Makes zero sense. Anyways, feel free to look at the screen capture I was able to get. And if anyone knows what this is, please let me know.
I'm 26 now, but this story is from when I was 13, and my younger brother was about 6. Every year, usually on summer vacation, my family would take a road trip. Each trip, my dad would pick a random destination, and then we'd each get to pick something fun that we wanted to do on the way there or on the way home. Usually, I'd pick something like swimming. My mom would always pick a real touristy thing like largest ball of yarn, and my dad, the history buff, always chose something history-related. Ghost towns, old western towns, industrial towns, places with a lot of history. Not exactly museums, but places where he could be the tour guide. We live in Chicago, and this year we decided our destination would be Denver. I chose the Schlittervahn Water Park in Kansas City. My mom chose Dorothy's house in the land of Oz, which is almost exactly what it sounds like. But where this trip got real interesting is when we visited the town of Dodge City. Dodge City, Kansas, is an old western town that was booming in the days before railroads were up and running. Fun fact, this is the town where we get the saying, "Get out of Dodge" from. So, we're doing our thing, walking around, allowing my dad to tell us everything he knows about the place. My little brother is between my mom and I, holding each of our hands, being a 6-year-old and mumbling to himself. And suddenly, he lets go of our hands. He starts running ahead of us while shouting excitedly, "Okay!" as if he was responding to something that someone had said. My mom nudges me to go after him, so I bolt off, but by now he's already stopped running, and he's hopping in front of the old drugstore. He leans down and he picks something up from under one of the benches. As I run up to him and I ask him why he ran off, I tell him to grab my hand. As he does, he shows me what's in his other hand. It was one of those souvenir pennies that was flattened. It had Dodge City, Kansas printed across it and some old Western designs. My little brother proceeds to tell me that his new friend said that he would show him a lucky penny if he followed him. My parents caught up and asked my brother the same question. I couldn't wait to see their expression. My mom asks immediately after, "What friend?" My little brother tells my mom, "I don't know. You saw us running." So my parents sort of laugh it off, thinking he's got a wild imagination. I ask my mom and dad to look at the penny, and I tell them that part of the story. My dad is fascinated and asks my brother, "Does your friend live here?" And my brother tells my dad, "Yes, he looks like a cowboy, Daddy. He looks like me, but he's a cowboy." And just as my dad starts to lose interest, my brother continues, "He was locked in a closet for too long." And then, "Lots of people didn't leave here, Daddy. Lots of people got stuck." We all sort of just walked in silence, wondering if my brother would have more to say. But that was it. Until we were leaving Dodge City. That's when my brother told us to wave goodbye. He said his friend couldn't come with us and that we had to say goodbye. As we drove away, all four of us were waving to an imaginary friend that none of us were too sure was all that imaginary. And my little brother, he never talked about an imaginary friend again. 13 years later, he doesn't even remember it, and it drives me crazy. But we do still have the lucky penny. So I've been a late-night janitor at schools for a while now. I just like cleaning and chilling on my own. Last week, I started a new job at this school that's part of a church. I'm not religious at all, but it seems like a nice place, and the pay isn't bad. I'm primarily in charge of cleaning the early childhood area and the halls before locking up and heading home. I go around with the cart, wiping everything down, and making sure to empty the trash cans while the janitor before me is still there. After they leave, I'm left with the mop and the vacuum to finish the rooms and move on to the hallway. Now, I'm no spiritual guy, but there's an infant room that has lots of big toys and cribs. There's not much to do over there because that's just where babies go to lie down and sleep. So, I only vacuum it every other day or as needed. Yesterday was not one of those days. The other half of the room is tile with a table for eating and such. So I wipe everything down on that end every night and then do the floor. That's the layout of nearly all of the rooms, though the rest need a thorough vacuuming every day. So now, the day janitor has left and I'm vacuuming each room. I do the first, no problem. I move on to the second and I realize that I haven't checked my phone in a few hours. So there I am, just leaning against the counter, chilling for a second, when I hear the creepiest noise that I could have heard. I hear children singing a peekaboo song. Now, I don't like kids at nighttime. I don't like kids in horror movies. Kids during the day, fine, cool. Kids in the dark, not my scene. I look up and stand there, staring at the doorway. I start sweating a cold, nervous sweat. A lot of it, too. I wait just a minute. Now let me remind you that I haven't touched anything in that room but the restroom and tabletops on the opposite side. After I cool off a minute, it goes off again. I moved on with my vacuuming after another minute or so of saying things like, "I'm just here to clean and make money, man. I'm cool, I swear." The rest of my job is trash, in the literal sense. After I'm done vacuuming, I decide that it's trash time. I leave my coat by the front exit, so I have to walk the whole hallway to get it. As I walk past the infant room, I hear the singing again, louder. As I'm right beside the room, I slowly, and not so surely, look back over my shoulder, and I see in the middle of the gated sleep area a giant toy playhouse. When I look back, it's still singing to me, with the doors wide open and a light blinking on and off. I keep chugging along, not about to die tonight, I whisper as I mop the room later on. To my knowledge, it didn't go off another time. Now, after I'm done with my work, I sit on a bench near the entrance for the last few minutes of my shift, and I wait for my ride. I have to turn everything but the entrance lights off, so I'm left with a long, dark hall. As I'm waiting, I play on my phone again, mainly to pass time, partially as a distraction. I'm sitting there, and I hear a thump, followed by what sounded like the door open and shut around the corner, the exact location of that room. All I can do is sit there and stare down the hall until I hear the car pull in. I left in a hurry, and later, I looked up the playhouse to get some visuals. At the time, I wasn't exactly sure that it was the one, but I believe that it's the big Fisher-Price Laugh and Learn puppy smart home. It's got a red roof and a big red door and a light on the right side. What I didn't find was any mention of malfunctions or similar reports. The next morning, I did send a text asking the caretakers about that toy. They said that it randomly goes off, and they don't know why. In my life, I've had a number of experiences and encounters with ghosts. So this experience that I'm going to share is one of many, and it happened a few months back in September. I was laying in bed watching Breaking Bad when my friend had texted me, asking if I wanted to hang out and go take some pictures. I had nothing else to do, and I was tired of watching TV, so I told him to let me get dressed and he could come pick me up. Once he picked me up, we began discussing where we would go to take pictures. We decided on going to the park that had some really nice scenery and plenty of spots for good pictures. After 45 minutes of walking around the park and taking pictures, the sun was beginning to set. So we decided to go home. So we're driving home, and my friend is telling me about some dude that he knows that had started making music, and he wanted to show me some of his songs. He puts a song on, and then he puts his phone in the cup holder next to him. We hit a bump in the road, and his phone popped out, and it landed on the floor. He reached down to get it, and couldn't immediately find it, so he was digging around, not paying attention to the road at all, so I turned to look at it for him. That's when my stomach sank, and I screamed his name, and I told him to swerve. He quickly looked up at the road, but by then it was too late. There was a man standing in the road, literally just standing. It seemed incredibly stupid to me at the time, but I had more important things to worry about. We both immediately hopped out to see if he was okay, but when we went to the front of the car, there was nothing. The car wasn't even damaged, No blood, no nothing. We looked around to see if he possibly got sent flying. It was level ground and there were no trees around. So it wasn't hard to get a good look around the area despite it getting darker. Obviously frightened at the thought of us running over a potential vengeful spirit, we got back in the car and dashed out of there. And that's why I don't like driving on that road at night. Not anymore.
For some background, I've been a behavioral health nurse for about 12 years. My first job was at a freestanding mental health facility in the South. This facility is pretty uniquely constructed, as it was originally a plantation owned by a wealthy Irishman who immigrated here sometime in the 1700s. The original plantation house is still there and is now used as a business office, and the hospital itself was constructed to be attached to the house. If you explore the campus, there's a small graveyard with the original owner's tombstone, as well as some other family members of his. Additionally, there's a sign that says something along the lines of, "This is dedicated to the slaves that worked and died on this plantation." Anyway, one of the stories that's been passed down among the employees there for decades is that a young girl in the Irishman's family, one of his daughters or grandchildren, passed away on the plantation at a really young age, and that her ghost still lingers around the house and the facility, and that there are certain patient rooms that have unusual amounts of paranormal activity. One day I was walking past one of these rooms, and in my peripheral I saw a young girl who looked to be about 9 or 10 years old, sitting on the bed. She was wearing a colonial-looking dress, appropriate for the time period in which she was alive, and she looked directly in my eyes when I turned to look at her. I was incredibly startled, and my mind raced for a few seconds, trying to convince myself that she wasn't there. I walked a few feet past the room, gathered the courage to go back, and she had disappeared from sight. She didn't have any ethereal qualities, nothing otherworldly or strange. She literally just looked like a real person, sitting right there in plain view. During my time there, I never heard of anyone else that saw her as clearly as I did. But every once in a while, one of my coworkers or a patient would experience something strange, like doors opening and slamming shut. I remember one patient in particular that ran out of his room, white as a sheet. He said that while he was laying in bed, his bathroom door slammed on its own. It was so loud, I heard it from the nurse's station myself. This patient was there for addiction and had no history of hallucinations.
Weird things were happening before we painted a stickman under the chimney. This post might get long, so I apologize. A few months ago, from June to February, I began having the feeling that something in my house was wrong. I live in the countryside of southern Italy, in a zone surrounded by hills and woods. Just after New Year's Day, strange stuff started happening. One night, I was coming back home, and as I opened the front gate, I could see a sort of slender figure running on top of my house's roof, which is roughly 10 meters tall. It seemed odd because it had a very clear color, but the neighborhood's full of stray cats, so I didn't pay much attention at first. Then, a week later, as the night came around 6 p.m., my dog began barking at something in the backyard, and did so for at least 15 minutes. I was studying at the time, and after the first few minutes I started feeling unnerved. It wasn't fully dark yet, but my dog barking so loudly was very unusual. I quickly rushed outside. Chiro, my dog, was pointed toward the roof. As soon as she saw me, started snarling. I looked there myself, but the only thing that I could see were the branches of a nearby tree. The barking went on, and when I checked the second time, Chiro was whimpering, and this time she cuddled inside her doghouse in a hurry. Around St. Valentine, my dog became even more scared of our roof. She would bark constantly, even in the middle of the night. At this point, I saw something again, running on top of the roof, again during night. I think it was around 2 a.m. A skinny figure with some sort of clear color coat on it. This time, I ran inside and shut the door behind me. As soon as I did, I heard scratching noises come from the upper floor and my dog barking again. I couldn't sleep all night. During the last week of the month, it snowed an incredible amount. The last time it had snowed was in 2010, and the whole zone for several kilometers was white. Around the 21st, I noticed some footprints in the last night's snow. Footprints that came in all directions, from where the metal fence on the edge of the property, all the way to the sides of the house. They were child-sized and not much apart from each other. That night, again, I got no sleep, and even my brother said that he had heard some scratching noises coming from the upper floor. Then, the morning of the 1st of March, my mom used some soot from the chimney to draw a stick man on the side of the fireplace. She said that she'd done so every year as soon as March came. She added that her father did so and told her to do so, using a rhyme in our local dialect, which could be roughly translated as, "Paint March, for March paints you." Everything I mentioned so far stopped immediately after. No scared barking at the rooftop, no strange figures running on top of it, neither strange footprints nor scratching noises. I'm truly lost about it. I thought it was simply folklore, but it's so confusing. Any ideas on what it could have been and why it really stopped? A long time ago, when I was a child, about 11 years old, living on a rural farm, I had a friend, a boy my age, and he was my neighbor's grandson. She was a lovely woman who lived down the road, her property connected to ours, and at the end of her driveway was the local school bus stop. I used to visit before school for a cookie and cordial and a chat. Sometimes her grandson would visit, and we'd get up to mischief with a quad bike. There was also a go-kart that sat in the garden, and sometimes we'd climb the hay barn and sit on the top. But it was the quad we had the most fun with. We would try to make a ramp over a ditch in her front paddock, and probably the most dangerous was a game where we would try to push each other off the quad while we were driving, taking in turns, trying to knock each other off, and then racing away while the one pushed off chased after the other, and it started all over again. This was a very dangerous and kind of stupid game. I realize that now, but as a kid I was invincible and naive, and this was normal for us. Once we even climbed the giant hill behind my house and raced each other rolling down it. That time there was a girl with us too, Melissa. I never saw her again after that. But I digress. This story is about Justin. He was kinda cute with his blonde hair and blue eyes, but I was at that stage where boys are gross, and sometimes he would tease me and make me upset. Now, so far everything sounds normal, right? Well, this is where things get weird. One day,
We were hanging out on the upper level of the hay barn, and he was talking about jumping off onto the dirt road below. He tried to dare me to jump, and I got scared and refused. It was a long way down, and I didn't want to get hurt. I'd been practicing jumping off the shed roof at home, as this wasn't the first time he talked about it. But that roof was only a quarter of the height, and I'd land on grass and still hurt myself a bit. Anyway, he started teasing me and calling me names like chicken, making chicken noises. I got real upset and started to cry. He said,
"Don't be such a wuss. I did it, and I'm fine."
I called him an idiot, and as I climbed down, I told him I wasn't playing with him anymore, and I ran home. The next day, I went back to his grandmother's to see if he would play with me, but I couldn't find him anywhere, so I knocked on her kitchen door and asked if she'd seen him around. The look on her face wasn't one I expected. It was a look of shock and sadness, and she asked, "How did I know him? Where did I get that name?" I just looked at her confused and said, "He's your grandson." She gasped and invited me in, and once I was inside, she handed me a framed photo, asked me if I recognized the boy. I said of course I did, it was Justin. I was really confused by this point, so she sat me down at the table and told me the story of how her grandson had died in a terrible accident years before we'd even moved here. Justin had slipped and fell off the second level of the hay barn. He died instantly, snapping his neck. At first, I didn't believe her, as I was sure she'd seen us around the farm. She said no, she'd seen me running around and quite enjoyed me being there, as it made her remember the fond memories she had of kids running around. That since his death, there just weren't any kids around. It was at this point I realized that when Justin was there, he always called out to me when I was walking up the path to visit her, and then I'd run off and play with him. We sat and we talked for a while, as she wanted to know everything about what we did. When I told her about the quad bike, she laughed, said he always loved that thing, but it had sat in the shed since the accident, and it wouldn't run anymore. I also told her about rolling down the hill, but she had no idea who Melissa was. Anyway, it was late, and I had to go home. As I left, I noticed the go-kart in the garden. It was not shiny red as I remembered it, but a rusted, faded orange, with wheels half stuck in the ground, as if it had stopped working years ago. I asked her if that was his, and she said yes, she couldn't bear to get rid of it, so she made it a permanent part of the garden. I never saw Justin after that, but I was keeping a diary of sorts, hidden under a bridge in a waterproof container with a pen, and every now and again, I would discover writing that wasn't mine, until I had to move out in a hurry and couldn't take it with me. Years later, I was going through my phase file, and I saw Justin's name along with Melissa's, and my social worker had written that I had a wonderful imagination, and that due to my loneliness and isolation, I had invented them as imaginary friends, as no children lived anywhere near me. I know they weren't imaginary friends, as I remember them so vividly, and in the case of Justin, I wasn't the only one who remembered him. Also, how could I play such a dangerous game on the quad by myself? That thing had a cutoff switch that would stop it the moment the driver got off. So how could I chase it unless Justin was driving? And also, how did I know how to drive it, as she stated that it didn't run? Also, she's a smart, caring woman. She would not have let me do something so dangerous. So where did I go where she couldn't have seen me? We were driving around the front paddock only a few meters from her house. So many questions left unanswered, but I do know this. I miss my crazy friend. This happened a long time ago, back when I was a kid. Whenever my mom and dad would be busy going to work, they would leave me and my younger cousin to my grandma. All things were fine and all, but one day I decided to go to the river at the back of my grandma's house. So I got up and took my younger cousin with me. It was normal at first. We'd actually go almost every time we were there, even when the elders would say, "Don't go there. There are bad spirits, and people have died there." I brushed it off as one of the old wives' tales, until one day when we went to the river. It was cloudy, and the water was murky, but we stayed nonetheless. Until one of the elders grabbed us and said, "You shouldn't be here when the water is this strong." So she took our hands and started to go back. But before we did, I looked back and I saw it. That thing. It's so clear in my head that I can never forget what I saw. A woman in all white, but her clothes were dirty and torn. She had scratches, and the openings in the skin were just oozing dark liquid. It still shocks me to this day. But fast forward a few years, one night while my uncle was staying with my grandma, they claimed that night something supernatural happened. The smell of dead fish covered the whole room, while parts of the ceiling started to drip blood. All the while, their hair stood as straight as trees. They were freaked out by all of this. So a few days later, my parents went to see them. I saw my cousin, and I proposed that we investigate the place at night, around 7 p.m. to be exact. Thinking back to my old experience, I told my 12-year-old self I could handle whatever happens. So when 7 p.m. struck, we armed ourselves with a flashlight for both of us. My cousin, being the coward that he is, I gave him a simple task to go to the back side of the kitchen and look around, while I went to the far back of the house to try to find something unusual. As I arrived at the back of the house, I asked in a slightly high-pitched voice, "Is anyone there?" Nothing. As I was about to turn back, it breathes. The sound of something so big was right behind me, and it breathed so heavily. I ran. I didn't dare look back, and I yelled for my younger cousin to get back into the house. As we went back in, I explained the story to them, but for some reason, I don't think they believed me. Now, you might not believe me, but I swear, what I heard that day wasn't a figment of my imagination. Just last year, I stayed at my grandma's house with my 2 older sisters and my mom, since her and my dad got divorced. Although I still stayed with my dad since he helped me get through depression. Either way, I was there, and I asked my mom and grandma if anyone died in the river, and they said yes. According to them, there were about 3 women who died in the river. All of them died from the strong currents of the water. As I've asked the townsfolk, I've learned that some of them have had the same experience as me. Woman in the river, all white clothing and bruised. While my father has said that before he arrived in that place, there was actually a cult near the river. And now there's just a lot of odd stuff that's happened. But he wasn't going to go into any details. All I want to know is, what is she and why is she there? I'm 25 years old now, and this encounter, or prolonged experience rather, started when my family and I moved into an old house that my parents renovated. I was 8 at the time,
The house in itself was fine. However, we had a long garden and at the end of the property, a huge bricked barn. It had been used in the past by the military and later by firefighters for training because of its high ceilings and appearing beams, which were used for rope exercises. Anyway, I remember vividly when I first stepped inside the barn. Its gigantic structure impressed me, but I was struck by how cold it was. I don't remember if it was winter, but I used to be a very skeptical kid and always found a logical explanation until I couldn't. I lived there until I was 18, and over the years it was always freezing inside. Summer and winter didn't make a difference, but maybe it was how it was built, that it was made this way. If it had only been that, everything would have been fine, and I would have remained that skeptical kid. But I began to feel things when I was inside, like someone watching me from behind, or feeling a presence when I knew perfectly well I was alone. There was even one area that I couldn't walk to because I felt complete terror invade me when I went to this spot. I began hating that feeling. I thought I was a scaredy-cat, but it only intensified. The window of my room had a view of the garden and automatically the barn. Sometimes from the corner of my eye, I would see someone inside there. When I would look properly, no one was there, and if the door was closed, that meant it wasn't one of my family members either. Yet again, I brushed it off thinking it was an optical illusion or something. What I couldn't explain, however, was the emotions I felt when I was inside. Sadness, helplessness, sorrow. It raised chills down my spine every single time, but I couldn't understand why I was sensing or feeling these emotions. It went on for years, to the point I didn't want to go there anymore. I thought I was going insane. Until one day, a few years before we moved, my parents were told why the last owners abandoned the property. They had a 15-year-old son. He got bullied in school very badly, and he hung himself in the barn, right above the spot that terrified me. When I heard his story, everything made sense to me. I don't know if anyone will be interested in this story, but I felt I needed to write it. It still lives inside of me to this day and changed me completely. Now I'm 100% sure that ghosts, spirits, whatever you want to call them, exist.
Here's the relevant context to this. 5 years ago, I lived with my late mom in the basement of my step-grandpa's house. My mom wasn't doing so well at the time, and she was addicted to alcohol and some type of pill. I was addicted to my laptop. I had to share the same bed and the same room as her. She also believed in the paranormal, and we would binge shows together like Ghost Adventures, Mountain Monsters, etc. I don't really know when I first began seeing the weird shadow figures. I say figures because sometimes they wouldn't be humanoid. I could just see them from the corner of my eye, but I assume that they're the same shadow creature. I've seen them quite a few times, though it was usually from the corner of my eye, except on 2 occasions. The first one was when I was sitting up in my bed, watching TV with the door closed. I saw something black brush up against the bed, but I didn't think anything of it. I just thought that it was one of my 2 dogs. I later get up and try to pet them, and there's nothing in the room except for me. The second occasion was at night or early morning. I was talking to some friends on Skype while my mom was asleep next to me. She usually left the TV on so it wasn't totally dark. I'm chilling, and then I see a man with a cowboy hat in the corner of my eye next to the TV. I never told my mom about my experiences, but one night she drunkenly spilled that she saw them too. She called them demons of addiction. Addiction demons, or something like that. We smudged the basement a few weeks later, and I felt uncomfortable the whole time, like something would jump out at us. I don't think it was because I was sleep deprived or anything, but I also don't know if it's a shadow man, shadow shape-shifty thing or what. It was pure black though, like it was solid. I haven't seen anything like that since, and I haven't seen it since moving to a different state with my other grandparents after my mom passed. I'm not sure if this is possibly connected, but one night, my mom was insisting that there was a demon. I thought she was out of her mind until she told me to look up alabaster on Google. I did, and I went to Google Images. I'm swearing on her grave right now. It was filled with demonic pictures, like the old medieval types of demonic pictures. We never mentioned anything about it again, though, and I never got those results from Googling it again. What do you guys think?
Were my toes actually frozen? No, I could move them. For the most part, they were wiggling. Numbish, but moving. But I was freezing. And then there was my mental state. It seemed to be getting worse by the minute. Buried by snow and some of the darkest thoughts you could imagine. I was sure that I was going to die, which wasn't even the worst part. The worst part was knowing that I was going to die alone. I was in this exact situation because I'd decided to be here instead of being somewhere else. Intentionally avoiding human connection, but unintentionally winding up needing exactly that, human connection. My mind was racing, but it was also slowing down. Thoughts of death circled endlessly, but I was starting to feel hopeless. And with hopelessness came reflection. Earlier in the week, my parents had been guilting me to go to some party for some old person. And that was exactly what I said to them. Well, what I exactly said was more like, why the hell would I go to some party for some old person? Super rude, I know. In my defense, I was on winter break, and I only had a few days to do something other than school. College had been rough, and I didn't realize at the time that I was actually depressed. Either way, I argued with them until they eventually gave up and said that I wouldn't have to go. Instead of going to this event with my parents, I decided that I was going to go for a hike. I headed to the city of Fernie, which is in British Columbia, and I was going to visit the Flathead Valley trails. After spending months in a dorm room surrounded by people that I didn't care to be around, I was ready to be alone. So instead of inviting anyone or answering any of my friends' calls, I just decided that I was going to do this solo. I was prepared to be alone, and I'd even brought my satellite phone, since my dad wouldn't budge on that. The hike started out perfect. There were some people on the mountain, but several of them were snowmobiles, and they passed me along the way. I couldn't get enough of the sunny day reflecting off the snow-covered hills. After about an hour into my hike, I'd reached a part of the trail that I didn't think I was going to be able to cross safely. According to my map, there was a creek that ran through this area, and even though it wasn't very deep, I couldn't afford to get wet, knowing that I had at least an hour back to my car. So I made my way back down the trail to see if I could find another way up. As I did this, I felt a very eerie quiet, followed by a sound that I had never heard in my life. The closest comparison was that it sounded like a thunderstorm. I looked up at the sky, but it was still that clear blue, so what was that sound? Then the ground beneath me, the snow, it started to give way. I grabbed a branch that helped me gain my footing, but the sound, it was louder, it was closer, and then it was snowing. It looked like it was snowing, but just as I realized what I was actually looking at, I was hurled backwards by the sheer force of a ton of snow. It had been falling from heights above me, entirely covering the blue sky that had previously been in its place. And just like that, I was completely buried. For the first several moments, I struggled to even grasp what position my body was in. I could move my fingers, my toes, but I couldn't move my legs, and I could move only one of my arms, my left. I tried to use it to remove the snow that had packed around my body. Starting with my right arm, I was making progress followed by instant defeat as more snow just filled the space that I had cleared. Dark, cold, alone. I would surely die here, and I had only told my parents where I was. My parents who were busy at a party that I'd so rudely declined to attend. Even if they'd thought to worry, it would be hours. Did I have hours? I truly didn't know, but I was panicking, trying to move everything that I could, completely exhausting myself as I got no closer to light and no closer to knowing what I was doing. I started to actually feel the cold, and that worried me. I had several layers on, warm layers, but they were no match for being literally covered in snow. Now, my limbs were getting tight, especially my right hand, which was now starting to feel warm. I couldn't touch it with anything to confirm, however, I feared the worst, that maybe my glove had fallen off. My fingers were starting to get frostbite. At one point, I felt myself jolt awake. I wasn't even sure how I had passed out, but my immediate reaction was to start screaming for help. And that's what I did. The loudest and hardest that I could. I couldn't hear anything. Well, that's not true, actually. The sound that I could hear and had been hearing the whole time was like what you hear underwater, where everything is basically muted, but you can hear the waves. I guess that's the best way to describe it, although it wasn't calming like the ocean. It was terrifying, because I couldn't just reach the surface real quick. I had no concept of time. I only knew that it had been a long time, that I was weak, cold, and moving closer to thoughts of death. I felt such agony thinking about how my parents were going to feel, how unkind I was to them the last time I saw them. I thought about my friends. They'd been trying to reach me for days, and I thought about how I had ignored their calls. And then I thought about the fact that my parents probably wouldn't even get the chance to bury me. They would just go on through life wondering where I was, never having any sort of peace about anything. And then I thought about the kids that I'd seen on the trail. And then I was sick. I was making myself sick with these thoughts. I tried to shut them out, and I got some sort of energy again. So I started to wiggle my toes. Cold but not numb. I tried to move them more and more, until it felt like I was moving my foot. In what direction, I had no clue. I had the thought to spit. Hadn't I seen that somewhere? You spit to see which direction your saliva goes, and then you'll know if you're upside down. But I had no spit. My mouth was so dry. I was so thirsty. With my left hand, I took some snow and I placed it in my mouth until it melted. And then I spit. It didn't seem to go in any direction. Then, I slowly felt it run down my upper lip. It clicked with me that I was on my back. that my feet were facing more upwards. I was too tired to really do anything about it, but I decided I might as well use all of my energy to kick my feet. I thought, they are closer to the surface. Maybe I can make some way somehow. I again found myself abruptly waking up, having no idea I'd fallen asleep again. But this time, I could hear something. I almost forgot that I couldn't move when I realized that the sound was voices. Still stuck, I used my voice again, using whatever was left to literally scream my lungs out. Within moments, the voices were louder. I could hear several people shouting something, over here, over here. Oh my God, they found me. So I kept screaming, until finally I could hear that the voices responding to my screams were telling me to hang on, and that they were going to get me out. Still, I was in a panic state, and I couldn't stop myself from screaming, so I just kept yelling, until finally I felt something physically move my leg, and then the rest of my lower body. Nothing compares to the feeling of the sun on my face in that moment. My eyes had been closed, but I felt the warmth. I felt the warmth of people and the sun, and I was never more grateful for other humans. My life had literally been saved. I had frostbite on 2 of my fingers on my right hand, and some of the skin on my face was damaged by the cold. These were nothing, temporary and minor inconveniences at the most. I was one of the lucky ones. Flathead Valley had experienced a serious avalanche, an avalanche that left several snowmobilers dead and several others needing emergency rescue. There were 3 or 4 others like me, individuals that had been at the trail end of the avalanche. Rescue crews were able to identify me because of my glove. They had seen it while combing the trail for people that were caught. I was grateful. I couldn't believe that my glove had actually helped in this situation. I'd been buried for a little over an hour, but it could have been much worse. Naturally, I hugged my parents like I've never hugged them before. I called my friends. I did it all. I also went to the doctor to address my depression, but ironically, I didn't feel nearly as depressed after the event as I had before. Something about almost dying, I guess in my case it was what I needed in my life. A hard lesson, but a lesson that I needed nonetheless. Throughout college, I shadowed and interned with several individuals of the Mountain Rescue Association. These are people that are highly trained in rescue specific to the conditions of the mountains, but they also have normal day-to-day jobs, since the MRA is mainly a volunteer group. I have so much respect for these people, it's not even funny. These people put their lives on the line to make sure people like me get to go home to their families. But they're also the same group that has to tell families that their loved ones won't be coming home. So, if you're a fan of the mountains, and maybe a fan of being alone, I urge you to consider the risks you take, because one of those trips could be your last. So when I was younger, probably middle school, my dad and we believed we saw a UFO. We were driving on back roads as we always do, making the drive from Cleveland to Indianapolis. It's summertime, basically in the middle of nowhere, and there's nothing going on, weather-wise or otherwise. We've done this drive many times, as my dad travels it for work quite often, and my grandparents live along the way. It's pretty peaceful, not exciting, just serene. On this drive, it was the same, peaceful and not a car in sight. But we did notice something else. A bright, big light in the sky. It seemed to appear out of nowhere. I asked my dad to roll my window down. And when he did, I leaned out to get a better look. I couldn't see every detail, that's for sure, but I could see enough to note that it wasn't an airplane, and not a helicopter either. It was far too large and bright. Not to mention, it wasn't moving. As we continued to drive, it seemed to hover in place. We drove like this for several minutes, and it became clear that it was like nothing I'd ever seen. I leaned back inside the car and asked my dad if he knew what it was. He was leaned forward over the steering wheel, staring hard at this thing, but he shook his head. I leaned back out the window, but sort of jolted forward as the car came to a slow roll and then an abrupt stop. The radio spiked, creating this horrible but brief noise. I asked my dad why he stopped, but he shook his head again, telling me that he hadn't stopped the car and that the keys were still in the ignition. The car had just stopped working. I watched as my dad looked at the dashboard, fiddled with buttons, and then he shifted to the ignition, moving the keys back and forth. Each time there was nothing, not even the sound of a dead battery. I looked back up at the sky and I could still see the large hovering light, but I didn't have much time to examine it. We needed to move the car out of the middle of the road. My dad told me to hop in the driver's seat and to crank the wheel to the right while he worked to push the car. Once off to the side of the road, I pulled the emergency brake, hopped out of the car, and I looked up. The light craft thing was gone. I asked my dad if he'd seen it leave, and he told me not exactly, but that it had just happened. That he saw a flash of light out of the corner of his eye, and when he looked up, the thing was gone. We were both a bit freaked out, but we had no choice but to turn our focus to the car. My dad went to try the keys again, and it started up right away, with no issues whatsoever. We had no clue what we'd seen in the sky, not exactly. And we didn't know what could make the car react that way. But we did both agree that we thought the two were definitely related. And we thought the car issues made for a decent distraction for that thing to disappear. So, what do you think we saw? Have you ever seen it? In late April 2019, I went on this tour to Ireland, and one of the things that we did was this ghost tour in Killarney. I was very excited as I love ghost tours, and I was ready for something strange to happen to me. One of the guys on the trip, whom I shall call Ty, was actually a practicing witch who grew up in Salem. We met on the tour and remained friends. And I remember him telling me that if something were to happen on this trip, it would be at the abbey that we were going to. The bus pulls up to our hotel, and it's decked out in creepy decor as a traditional storyteller does his best to creep us out. Then, we pull up to this empty lot at the top of a hill, where another guy says that he'll be taking us down into the valley, as the storyteller won't go down there. I talk with him as we go, chatting about my ghostly experiences and what he thought of all this. He explains that in all the time that he's worked there, he's never seen, felt, or heard a single goddamn thing. However, he also explained that the day he got the job, his friend in the village, who was a white witch, gave him a blessed walking stick, and he never went to work without it. So, that's why. We get to the bottom of the hill, in front of this ancient, crumbling abbey. It's about 500 years old. The guide tells the story of how a bunch of monks were massacred by the English, and 2 of them were tortured because they held the secret of the abbey's treasure, which have yet to be found. We step inside, and immediately, I can feel all the energy of the spirits around me. I can almost see them passing around me, leaving us be. Then we move to the inner courtyard, where there's this massive yew tree, as old as the abbey around it. The guide explains that the tree is cursed, so that if you touch it, you'll die in a year and a day, and even he refused to go near it. However, both me and Ty agreed that the tree felt so sad, and we both had a very strong urge to go comfort it. It was also at this time that I felt very remorseful, and I had the image of 2 monks, we were not shown any pictures, and thought, I'm sorry I couldn't protect you, which was not my own thought. After this, we went into a side room, and as soon as we did, I knew there was something just chilling in the far dark corner of the ceiling, and there was something evil staring at us from outside. The guide explained that the dark corner was a hotspot for orbs, but I wasn't really listening because I was so focused on staring down the thing in the courtyard. I see its outline in my head, and it was staring me down too. I felt like I had to let it know that I was watching it, that it couldn't come inside and hurt us, that we were safe. The next stop was the most active part of the abbey, which had been hyped up all night. The plan was for all of us, about 30, to stand with our backs to the walls and have the lights turn off for 60 seconds. They'd been jump scaring us all night. The storyteller did show up in a cloak and ran at us down a dark hallway. And in response, I shoved my friends out of the way and stood in his path. But they wanted us to truly experience the weirdness of this room. The moment I stepped foot inside the room, I felt like there was a weight on my shoulders. I got a lot colder, and I was much, much sadder. It got to the point where our guide for the main trip actually asked if I was okay, but I assured him I was, because I didn't want to miss out on this. So we lined up against the wall, and I ended up with a girl on my right and nothing on my left, with a window above me. Now, it's pitch black outside, and there are industrial lights in the room. Once everybody is ready, they count down and turn off the lights. The second the lights turned off, I started sobbing. I felt like I was mourning for every person I had ever lost, and that everything was just grief. But you know how when you cry, you can't think straight because your emotions take over? Well, mentally, I was fine. I knew that whatever was making me cry wasn't me. So I kept quiet, so as not to disturb anyone else, and I stayed put. I also noticed a young spirit sitting on my left shoulder, and several shadow figures passing in front of me. For the last 20 seconds or so, one of them stared me down. I don't know why, but he didn't like me being there. Yes, I know it was a he, and no, I don't know how. Finally, the lights come back on, and I stopped crying, totally fine. Everything vanishes as everyone starts filing out, and Ty approaches me and tells me that he noticed all of the spirits around me, and he specifically talks about the young spirit on my shoulder before I tell him. We talk about that, and we come to the conclusion that one of the spirits used my body as a vessel to cry. The next and final stop on the tour is the outdoor courtyard graveyard, where there was something purely evil. I could feel the anger and the desire to hurt when we stepped outside. I pointed it out to Ty, saying that there was something watching us from the dark spot above the doorway. This man literally said, "I know, it's best to ignore it." The storyteller at this point is goofing around, scaring one of the kids because he's easy. But I kept getting really frustrated to the point where I wanted to punch him. And if you know me, you know that's not like me at all. I just wanted to get out of there. Finally, we take the path of the spirits out of the graveyard and back to the bus. Ty and I talk to the guide and the storyteller, who are interested in what happened to us. And they explain that lots of psychics and witches from all over have come and experienced things like us. We thank them as we get back onto the bus. I text my friends and tell them everything that happened, in case I forgot something later. Then, we all go into town and get drunk because we're in Ireland, duh. I've told this story a handful of times to friends, and it never fails to weird them out. So, I thought I'd post it here. See what happens with that.
This is by no means the only encounter or story I have, just probably the weirdest. No, it is the weirdest, I'd say, without a doubt. My home is next door to a friend's, whom I grew up with. His parents live across the road from him and kitty-corner to me. There's a field in between my friend's house and mine. I'm telling you all of this because location and home placement becomes relevant soon. So my neighbor's oldest daughter started messing with a Ouija board. I don't know if that's what started all of this, as we'd had incidents in the past, but all of this particular phenomenon that I'm talking about here, happened after. I tried to tell her that she didn't need to mess with it, that she didn't understand the extent of the things she was attempting to contact. She's about 14 and didn't listen. I know people play with them often, but I personally believe that they can let things in that you don't want. Anyway, a few weeks after this, my neighbor's stepson saw a light shining in his bedroom window. He went outside to investigate and found nothing. The light began to make an appearance in all three of the houses I mentioned: my neighbor's, his parents across the road, and mine. I'm grown, but I live with my mother because of a seizure disorder that I have, and I can't control it on my own. So my mom says one night, "I see a light." She said it looked like a flashlight through her window, but shining on the ceiling. I went out to investigate, quite pissed off because I thought someone was messing with my mom. I couldn't find anyone, so I called the cops. The deputy shows up and takes me around with him investigating, then makes a very interesting point that there was dew on the grass, even though it was night and my footprints were the only ones visible. Interesting and strange, I thought. Well, my neighbor's mom starts seeing this light every night in her bedroom. She sleeps on one end of the house and her husband on the other because he has to get up very early for work. So every time she looks out the window, there is nothing to be seen. She also starts to see what looks similar to a laser pointer doing the same shine through the window onto the ceiling thing. It apparently was not exactly like a laser pointer, but very similar. Now, here's where things start to get strange. My neighbor was in his garage and he saw the laser pointer thing on the wall of his garage. This was at night, and he was out in his garage smoking a cigarette. He stepped outside and sees nothing. Walks back in his garage, and it's back on his wall. Then he said it spread out, morphed into a weird, ancient-looking religious image, like something out of ancient Eastern religions. He said it was just like a Buddhist-type religious image. He didn't describe it really any better than that. So fast forward a few days. His mom had still been seeing this stuff, the lights, laser-like image, continually, every night. So, he asks me to sit with him in the shadows outside his house and watch his mom's house. Her bedroom is facing his yard. We sat out there for about an hour or so, and were actively watching her house for anything whatsoever, lights, movement, etc. We see nothing, but she texts him, saying that the lights are shining in her window. We saw nothing at all. So we took off to her yard and walked behind her shed where the lawnmowers are to get a better look. And on the way to the shed, he spun around and he said, "Man, do you smell that?" I did. I smelled something burning, like burning leaves mixed with sulfur. We looked around the shed toward the main part of the yard and lawn. There's a streetlight at the house right next door to them, so we had a good view of her lawn from this angle. And we saw that there was a haze or fog in her yard only. We thought that maybe someone had been burning something, but also thought it was strange that it was only in her yard. We spoke about this for literally 10 seconds behind this shed, and he said, "Hey, the smell is gone." I realized that he was right, and we looked around the corner of the shed, and the fog was completely gone. This would not happen in 10 seconds. Well, about a week later, his mom is getting fed up with the nightly light show. Instead of looking out her bedroom window as usual and finding nothing, she starts looking out the other windows. My house is kitty corner across the road from theirs, so when she gets to her living room, she looks over at my house and notices that there's fog behind my house. There are woods like 30 feet or so behind my house. She said it was in the woods and extended just into my yard. She said that it was dimly backlit as well. Not brightly, but noticeably. Okay, so here's where things get weirder. She says that at this point, 4 or 5 strange translucent figures come out of the fog into my yard, right outside my bedroom, by the way. And they went into the field between mine and my neighbor's house. She said that they were human-shaped, roughly, but very strange-looking. She didn't go into very much detail about their features because she couldn't see the features very well from where she was. She said they looked somewhat like a hologram, but not exactly. I'm not sure what she means by that. She just couldn't fully describe their appearance. She said they came from the fog haze and into the field, and that they glided over the ground without taking steps. She also said that they kept getting in a group and bending over or squatting down, kneeling to the ground and doing something. She didn't have a clue what they were doing, but it made her think of a digging motion. So they glided across the field, across the road, through her yard, and past her house, toward the barn in her woods. She said that when she saw them pass by her house, the lights appeared on her ceiling in her room. She said that they made this strange journey back and forth a total of 5 times that night, all one after the other. This was a big deal in my little neighborhood for weeks, and then all the activity just stopped. That's basically it, and I just don't know what to make of it all.
I used to live in a bad area. It was in the west end of Newcastle. At the time, it was so bad that it was actually safer for my friends and I to walk to town rather than go up and get the bus, as gangs would hang out around that area and cause trouble. So this was early one winter day, about 7 a.m. It had been lightly snowing and it was about -8 degrees, a particularly cold spell at the end of the 1990s. On this day, we had heard that the river Tyne had frozen, and this was an unusual sight, so we decided to walk to town along the river to to avoid the bus stop. There was snow falling, so we were having fun and walking down to the riverside path, enjoying our morning walk, throwing snowballs at each other, and sliding around on ice which had formed on the path. Once we reached the river, it was indeed frozen, and we walked along the side. We were the only people there, and there was not another person in sight. Now, the river had jetties, which were big wooden pier-like structures, and they went out into the river and were now mostly used by fishermen. As we approached one of these, we made a joke about trying to walk on the river ice and how we would probably end up stuck, needing help. At this point, I saw a man under one of the jetties, apparently bending over, looking for something. So I said, we'd end up stuck down there like him. Then we looked and looked closer. This man was not moving. Being young, we just assumed that it was a washed-up mannequin from some stag night which had ended up in the river. But there was something about the situation which was just strange. It was very difficult to get down to where it was, and neither of us wanted to get closer. The skin on it was pure white, and it was wearing what looked like black clothing. We could not see the face, just the body bent over a beam supporting the jetty. Being the 1990s, neither of us could afford phones, so we were just not really sure what to do. I wanted to phone my mom and get her to come down, so we remembered there was a phone box a little further back, and I volunteered to run back and make the call. On arriving at the call box and calling home, my mother instantly thought that we were trying to get a lift into town, and she refused to come. That was when I used my very serious voice, and she seemed to understand that this was real, and that it wasn't just us trying to avoid the snow. I ran back to the jetty, and another man had arrived, who was also concerned that it might be a dead body. None of us wanted to get very close to it. He had a phone and called the police, requesting river police, who by a handy coincidence were already in the area, using their boat to break the ice on the river. They arrived at about the same time as my mother. She drove a huge old 1980s Ford Garanda and pulled up alongside us on the river path. She instantly insisted it was just a mannequin, and then said she would take us to town and that we should leave. We were then somehow convinced that she was right, and were a bit embarrassed about thinking it had been a dead body. The man who called the police also decided to leave and continued his walk. Just as we got in the car, we saw the river police boat approaching in the distance and decided we should at least explain to them our mistake, so we waited for them to arrive. They pulled up to the jetty, and one of them climbed up the ladder and came to see us. We explained. He laughed and said it was okay, and that they would remove it, and it was no problem. So we pointed to the mannequin. And as he looked over, he instantly became super serious upon seeing it, got on his radio, and summoned the local police and the fire brigade to attend. Suddenly, police appeared from everywhere, and we were taken to one side and interviewed about the situation. At this point, we knew that it must actually be a dead body. The firemen arrived and used inflatable sheets to reach the body. The policeman told us that we could stay and watch, but that it was not like you see on TV shows, and we should consider leaving. When we decided to stay, the officer stood with us and explained what was going to happen. This is where it escalated fast. The firemen approached the body, and two of them got a hold of it, but it was frozen solid to the wooden beam. We thought that they would just gently ease it off, but that isn't what happened. Two more firemen went down, and they all pulled at it as hard as they could. There was a huge noise, like a branch snapping, and the body broke in half. Crabs suddenly emerged from inside of it, falling into the mud below. And the policeman casually said, "That's the sound of them snapping his spine." Then, They threw the top half of the body into a body bag and started working on the lower half. Another huge snap. That was the sound of them breaking his legs. More crabs and river creatures burst out. They then dragged the 2 parts of the body up the path. They then lined up 3 rookie police recruits right in front of the bags. They made us walk quite far away, and then they opened the bags to show the new recruits what it looked like. What I saw was something from a horror movie. His face had crabs emerging from the eye sockets, and his lips had been totally eaten away. The body was totally bright white, and the hair was gone. One of the policemen threw up. The policeman took our details and asked if we were okay. We were. It all happened so fast, there was no time to process it at all. We were later contacted by a reporter who told us the man's name was Jimmy, and that he'd been due in court on some serious criminal charges, and that the police believed he had jumped into the river rather than face a long time in prison. It actually made front page of the local paper. I still walk along the same path quite often all these years later, and I always stop for a while where we found the body. I've never seen anything like that ever since, but it was certainly an event which made us no longer feel like children, but rather adults realizing what the world is really like. I was adopted, and I knew that from a very young age. I appreciated that my parents never hid anything from me regarding my adoption and birth parents. The only thing they left out were details about my birth father. I only remember them telling me that he was an evil man, and that they would tell me why when I was older. Hearing that he was evil at my young age at the time made me incredibly curious about what made people evil. I was about 6 or 7 when I started the nurture versus nature debate in my head. I remember thinking and wondering for years what he'd done and if it was something that was going to affect me through genetics. I distinctly remember one day coming home from high school. I asked my mom what his real name was. She relented and told me, though not the crimes that he'd committed. When we got home, I ran straight to my computer and Googled his name. I barely got halfway through when the Google search filled in his name, and it was obvious he'd made the news. I began reading articles and news reports related to what he did. Simply put, he'd set a bunch of fires to businesses. He'd killed random large animals, horses and such, and shot strangers on the street with a friend of his for fun, essentially. I read police transcripts of him talking about his crimes and how he seemed to get a thrill out of killing unsuspecting people on the streets because he had the control. He could see them, but they couldn't see that their life was about to end. There were a few years that I went back and forth on his case, reading more and more about it, even to the point of coming upon a news report of a victim of his who was shot and survived, but died about 10 years later. I remember wanting to reach out to the family, but what would I say? That I was related to the man that shot him and led to the complications that ultimately killed him? I'd never even met my birth father, so what help could I be? I found his prison ID and came to a confusing dilemma. Do I send him a letter? If so, do I tell him who I was and that I was aware of what he did? Do I leave it alone? Every time I think about it, I come to the same conclusion, that it wasn't a good idea. I'd love a reason as to why he did it, but I don't think I'll ever get a satisfying enough answer. I have actually reached out to my birth mother, though. We've never talked about what my birth father did, but I've thanked her for putting me up for adoption, as I've had an incredible life because of it. I was the youngest of 3 daughters she'd had, one with the same father and one without. I was the only one adopted, and that's something I'll always wonder about. Why me? Why was I the one that was given away? Ultimately, I never sent a letter, though I'm still a touch uncertain. I wonder how I'll feel if I hear he died and I never got to say anything to him, but at the same time, would it really matter? I'll never forget the way this story impacted me, and still does to this day. I even have a bit of a sick running joke that my good eye for distance came from my birth father. I wish I could count the hours I spent wondering if I'd turn out like him, wondering if there was something that triggered him into doing what he did that would trigger me as well. But for anyone else potentially wondering, no, I don't think I'll turn into a serial killer. My birth father was a disgusting man. I was raised by attorneys and shown the dark side of humanity from a young age, and I know how it can ruin lives. I'll never become what he was, but of course I worried about that when I was a 7-year-old. What else could I do? But I know that I'm a good person, and I live a good life, and he's in prison for the rest of his.
I've had 2 experiences in my life. Most recently, 4 or 5 years ago, and another so long ago that I don't remember exactly when. My latest experience was pretty tame. I was hanging out with a few friends in between some buildings, a place where there was storage buildings and a football pitch. That's a pretty old area in my city, mostly populated with old people. When we were getting ready to head out, I look up to one of the storage sheds, and I see a pure white, wispy figure with no discernible features, about 160 centimeters tall, kind of hovering 5 centimeters above the shed's roof. It looked as if it had a cloak over it. It was a solid mass, but at the same time, translucent. After I double take at it, it faded away rapidly, as if taken by the wind. It was late at night, and I might have been high, but weed, not enough to hallucinate such a thing. My other occurrence was when I was a little kid. Might have been 6 or 10 years old, honestly, don't remember. This one is not tame at all, and it was pretty scarring, so much so that I feel obligated to share. I was in my house going from my bedroom to the kitchen to get something. I turn on the light to the hallway, where to my right would be the living room. We had one of those big-ass plasma TVs that weighed a ton. The light in the hallway was just enough to illuminate the living room, to tell pretty confidently what was going on in there. I first hear some scurried steps coming from there. I couldn't tell the source. At this point, I had just taken my first step into the hallway. I hear some giggling. I look over and I see a small girl. She was looking at me as I had just come into full view of the living room. She had pigtails and was wearing a dress. I think it was black. I just freeze and I stare at her. She now quietly heads over to the TV and hides behind it. When our eye contact stopped, I just ran into my bedroom and hid beneath the covers. I've had minor experiences all my life until the time where I stopped being afraid of the dark. I would hear my name being shouted either on the streets or at home. I would see things move as if there were an air current, like tissues or plants, bed sheets being tugged on, breath on my face while trying to fall asleep. But one day, out of nowhere, I stopped being afraid of the dark, not by choice. I just woke and I was no longer afraid. When that happened, all the paranormal around me stopped. Except for that first thing I mentioned. This happened in South Carolina. I saw the last post about this happening to another woman, so it seemed like a good time to tell someone. This was one of the worst experiences of my life, and I hadn't thought about it for a long time. Someone said I should write a book of all the horrible things that have happened in my life, because it should have been more than a person can handle. I was dating a guy for a couple of weeks, and we went to one of his friends' houses in the middle of nowhere. It was a rundown, older mobile home, but who am I to judge? We went in, and there were 4 other guys. I thought it was odd I was the only girl, but I shrugged it off. They wanted to play a drinking game. And back then, I was a little wild, so I was game. After about an hour, things got a little weird. I could see them looking at each other like there was an inside joke. I decided to get up and go to the bathroom. And when I came out, someone pushed me into the bedroom and locked the door. It was completely dark. I banged on the door, telling them that this was not funny. The door opened, and they all came in and shut the door behind them. I could feel them grabbing at me and laughing. I was fighting and hitting, but they were too strong. The door opened, and they all left. I could hear them outside, in the hall. It didn't sound good. They were discussing the order in which they would take turns. The door opens, and my mind is going a mile a minute on how I'm going to survive this. The guy came in and sat on the bed and said that he was going to get me out of there. He said that they went too far, and he didn't know that they were going to hurt me. He said he thought that it was just a joke. There was a back door across the bedroom, and he said for me to run through the woods as fast as I could to the road, and he would come and find me. I ran as fast as I could, and I heard them yelling for me to come back. I could hear them coming. I got to the road, and I hid behind a tree. It seemed like an hour, and I see a car pull up with him in it, and he's all bloody. They'd beaten the crap out of him for letting me go. He had my purse and ended up taking me home. I didn't know if I should trust him, but I had no other choice. I was in the middle of the woods. I heard a couple of months later that he was arrested for killing his girlfriend, and the guy who took me there was arrested for assault of another woman. Maybe if I had gone to the police, this might not have happened.
So back when I was growing up, I had a bunch of unsavory shite happen to me and ended up being placed in a foster home. Well, technically, it was basically a holding cell for kids to live until they found a real home. Because I was a hurt and untrusting kid at that point, I cycled through my fair share of families. I stayed with an obese single man once, who I don't remember much about, but I do remember very bad vibes while staying at his house. My case manager must have thought so too, because I went to another family shortly after. And that's when I met the family, more specifically the SOB that this story is about. This wouldn't be my last home, and I didn't live there long at all, so things have gotten foggy over the years. But I was probably between 8 and 10 years old. It was a full house, 6 of us in total. My foster mother and father, 2 brothers, and a sister. The only person I didn't like straight away was my sister. You know that feeling where you just know when someone wants you off the earth? For me, it feels especially raw when it seems unjustified. Like, I know I was technically a foreign invader, a cancer cell in their home. But guess what? I was a mouthy brat too, and I gave her the attitude right back. So it goes without saying, she and I never got along. My brothers, on the other hand, I loved them. We did everything together. They made me feel completely a part of the family, which is what made what they did to me so confusing. So far, the only slightly unusual thing about this family was that they had an intercom system in the house. Mostly our mother would use it to tell us to go to sleep after hours. A few months go by and summer rolls around. They'd been pumping me up about swimming in the pool in the backyard for a while. The only thing was, because I didn't have a lot of normalcy, I didn't even remotely know how to swim, and I was terrified of open water. On the day that it happened, my brothers and I were all out by the pool. They also had a slide that they used for the pool. It went straight into the deep end. Looking back, that entire afternoon looked so set up. Like the family planned this or something, I swear. They kept pressuring me to try the slide, and that they would come save me if I couldn't swim to the sides. I really wanted to be like them, free to do things without worrying about consequences, and I really believed that they wouldn't let me drown. We were family, right? Okay, great. So I slide down to the pool. Seconds later, I start to drown. I don't know which way is up, and I'm fighting for air, for something to grab. Anything. Well, it seemed like it went on for way too long, and suddenly, my adoptive father has me barely above the water, holding me up with one hand. If at gunpoint I had to describe his face, I'd say it was a demonic mix of lust and contempt. It was really blurry and happened fast, but faces like that are hard to forget. I could let you drown right now, boy. That's what he said to me. Those exact words. I don't quite recall what he referred to me as before that point, but I know it wasn't boy. I was crying and gasping for air, and he just held me there, holding me inches above the water. For what? Still don't get why. This was one of 3 or 4 times in my life that I truly believed I was going to die. Could be worse, I guess. Anyways, eventually he walked me over to the edge of the pool and let me go. Right then, I was so terrified of him. I didn't know what to do. I just laid there and didn't want to be near anyone in that house. I remember one of the strangest things about that experience was the aftermath. We went to a Mexican restaurant that night, and though they all acted like nothing happened, I was confused, angry, and scared. Maybe it was insignificant to them. Maybe it was not an abnormal thing to them, or he did it to teach me a lesson or something. Well, anyways, fuck that, and fuck that family. Soon after, I updated my case manager on the fuckery, and I was out of that house within days. All you people with both parents, try to make things right with them if they aren't. Always appreciate your family because I don't have any and I suck at life. Anyways, I just wanted to share some of my life with you all. Thanks for reading.
My sister's been dead for 18 years, but I don't think she ever left me. I actually need some advice with this, because it's been going on my whole life, basically. This may not be a particularly thrilling story, but still eerie enough for this, I think. Starting from the beginning, I was born a twin, but my twin sister died at birth, and so did all 6 children my parents had after me. Those died pretty early into pregnancy, so it was mostly miscarriages. My twin was the only one who took a few breaths before passing. I'm the only one who survived and grew up to be an adult. I've only lived in one house during my entire lifetime, until recently, when I eventually, finally, got to move out. There's a good reason for that. I learned about my siblings, especially my twin sister, when I was 14 years old. But when I was a first grader, I would wholeheartedly believe I wasn't an only child. I would tell my teachers and the other children about my sister that I was playing with and sharing a room with. Of course, I don't have actual memories of this because no one was there, but I also didn't lie for attention. I genuinely believed that. I had a fair share of trauma and mental illness in my life already, so when I started to hallucinate disfigured shadows and children in my house at age 12, I went to see a therapist, and it was deemed a symptom of my PTSD. The shadows would form a kind of uncanny form of a young girl, most of the time. Until recently, I just considered those hallucinations side effects of my admittedly fragile mental state, since the encounters really scared me. Sometimes it even felt like it would talk to me in a weird, unfriendly way. Some have suggested that it could be demonic, which I can't completely dismiss, simply for the fact that those shadows had such a mental chokehold on me for 2 whole years and weren't really comforting. But that could have genuinely been my mental health. Well, they stopped around the age of 14, when my mother finally told me about my siblings. But still, on the staircase to my room and around the dinner table, where those things appeared, I feel watched or even chased, especially at night. Sometimes, when I'm awake late, I hear footsteps up the stairs to my room, but they stop just in front of the last step. They don't go back down, but seem to start from the very bottom, up again, a few minutes later. So far, so plausible. I'm mentally ill. But this changed when I got together with my boyfriend. He started sleeping over and spending more time at the house naturally, and I never told him about my scary encounters. So, when we were still up one night, and the footsteps occurred, which I had learned to ignore quite well, and he looked up from his phone screen, clearly alert, my stomach dropped. He's a skeptic, so after he mentioned how the sounds were weird, he quickly got his mind off of it. A few weeks later, my boyfriend went to the bathroom at night. In the morning, he told me how weird he felt walking up the stairs. He felt like something was watching and chasing him. I never told him about how I always feel this exact thing when I walk up those stairs. Those occurrences with him started piling up until I got genuinely terrified of staying longer than necessary at this godforsaken house. Right after I turned 18, earlier this year, I started working my hardest to afford to move out, and I finally did, last week. So far, I haven't had any scary encounters in my new home. Something is telling me it was her. Since I was a child, she's been tormenting me. The way my skeptic boyfriend experienced it the same exact way, without knowing, convinced me I'm not crazy.
When I was in high school, I worked as a pizza delivery guy. It actually was almost as humiliating as a lot of feature films made it out to be, at least in my town, which tended to be a stereotypical small town. The people I worked with were either nerds, like me, or dudes that hated nerds, like me. My manager was somewhere in the middle. He was a dude who'd been working there since high school, and he had no real plan B. So as it would turn out, he was still working there. He was just much older and a bit more out of touch. We'll call him Carl. Carl wasn't so bad. Sure, he was a bit of a nervous, uptight kind of guy, but that didn't usually come out when he was working with me. Those attributes were reserved for the more difficult employees. Employees like the dude we'll call Steve. Steve was a mess. Both literally and metaphorically. Like starting unwarranted food fights in the back room, blaming it on the new chick before asking her out on a date. That kind of mess. I hate to say it, but Steve was also one of those guys that seemed to be a little too aggressive with animals, or just didn't get it. There was an assembly once, my freshman year, Steve's senior year, and he actually spray painted a dog in the middle of the gym. When he first walked out, you could have heard a pin drop, it was so quiet. But once he started to actually spray the dog, horrified gasps filled the gym, followed by screaming. Just sheer panic at 2 o'clock in the afternoon before the big game. Anyways, as it relates to work, Steve was the guy who would always send me, and I'm sure anyone he worked with, on the shitty delivery runs. The runs where you knew you weren't going to be getting any tips. He also liked to send people on fake deliveries to real houses. And on the occasion that people would actually just take the pizza, yeah, that had to come out of the delivery person's paycheck. So, on top of stealing everyone's tips, he was also shorting our checks. Eventually, Carl started to catch on to this madness. We'd gotten a lot of complaints, so Steve had been reprimanded. Not fired, but he was the delivery boy now. Now look, no disrespect to the man that I'm calling Steve, and I am by no means insinuating that Steve had anything coming to him or that he deserved anything negative to happen to him. I am only telling you all of this to paint a picture of who Steve was to me, and how Steve's world crossed into mine in this lifetime. How he became the legend, if you will. It was a Saturday morning, and I didn't work Saturdays, so usually I slept in. This was a different kind of Saturday, though, because my mom was waking me up, telling me that my boss was on the phone, and that there was an explosion down Dorse Trail Loop last night. I realized that she was jazzed up on coffee, so she was really just giving me the morning scoop. Carl was on the line, though, asking if I'd come in to work the night shift. I agreed, no big deal, but I asked what about Steve? What happened to him working tonight? Carl paused briefly and told me he'd explain it to me tonight if he could. Now, whether he was supposed to tell me or not, I don't know, but it would only be a few more days before the rest of the town knew anyways. But as it turns out, Steve had started to take up interest in chemistry and decided to try his hand at cooking his own meth. Unfortunately, this hobby took his life because he wasn't very good at it and because meth is incredibly dangerous. But he does live on in spirit. Some say that if you head down Dorst Trail Loop, where his trailer used to sit, you can see him walking about. I think that's probably just something that some insensitive kids made up, if I'm being honest. But fact, Dorst Trail Loop actually has park benches and picnic tables. It's a whole little park in our area now, so that's really nice. Sometimes I think maybe Steve left his property to the city in a will or something. I'm sure that I could find that out if I tried hard enough, but I like to think that he just did. That he's one of those people that gets to live on as the legend versus the man. So, rest in peace, Steve. Rest in peace.
When I was young, my mom worked 2 jobs, and I often stayed at my uncle's house when she had night shifts. He really stepped up as the father figure for me during that time in my life. His son, which would have been my cousin, died before I was born. My uncle kept his ashes in a white urn on a mantle above the fireplace. To this day, I haven't asked details. But from what I know, his wife had a postpartum episode while he was serving in Iraq. She called my mom, who was pregnant with me at the time, in a hysteric mess, saying she did something bad and she needed someone to come help. Needless to say, this affected both my mom and uncle immensely. But in turn, I got someone who devoted their time to help me become a man, and he had the opportunity to be a father, or at least something that resembles it. I'm sure I could never fully fill the void inside, but it was close enough. My uncle's house was 2 stories, and my bed would be a fold-out couch located on the ground level. My uncle's bedroom is on the 2nd level. One hot summer night, definitely late 90s, I'm watching Gargoyles on the Disney Channel, and my uncle's asleep upstairs. It's easily around 1 a.m., and from my peripherals, I see something move in the kitchen area. Besides the bright TV that I've now muted, all the lights are off in the house, so it takes a moment for my eyes to adjust in the dark while peering in the direction that I saw movement. Above the kitchen sink is an open window leading to my uncle's backyard. I see the soap bottle on the windowsill fall and crash into the sink, and it genuinely looks like it moved all by itself. Now, terrified and convinced my uncle's house is haunted, I immediately feel the tears well up inside my eyelids. I vividly remember shutting my eyes and having to plead with myself in order to open them again. This was my opportunity to face my fears like a man. I may be small, but I'm not afraid of no ghost. After a quiet countdown from 3, I release the strain from my eyelid muscles and stare back into the kitchen. I quickly realize blocking a big portion of the outside moonlight is an even darker silhouette, beginning to slowly climb in the window above the sink. I prepared myself for a ghost, not a monster, climbing in the window, and I wasn't ready to mentally accept what my eyes were showing me. My stomach felt like it sunk further than I'd ever felt to this day. A creature of imminent death crawling through an open window. I was not man enough for this, so I hightailed it upstairs as fast as I could, while keeping silent feet, trying not to gain the beast's attention. When I got to my uncle's room, I woke him up, whisper screaming, "There's a monster climbing in the house." Groggy, my uncle sits up and says, "What?" And still, in a whisper scream, I say, "There's a damn monster climbing through your window downstairs." Hoping such a bold cuss word, coming from such an otherwise sweet child, would shock him into action. It did. And now, as an adult, I'm sure a little PTSD as well. Because before I could say it again, his hand is gripped firmly around my mouth while putting a finger up to his lips and going, "Shh," as we hear more stuff bump and fall around downstairs. Then, seemingly like a magician, my uncle retrieves a pistol from his pillowcase and asks, "What window?" I say the kitchen, and he crouches down, moving towards the door leading to the stairs. He tells me to stay, but in fear of being alone and the monsters climbing through his windows up there, I follow a couple feet behind him. My uncle reaches the bottom of the staircase, where there's about 4 feet of walkway before you hit the living room doorway. I'm on the steps, but we can both clearly see a dark figure dart past the doorway, leading towards the fireplace. Almost like a gear in motion, when the figure passes, my uncle follows its direction out the doorway, and I hear him say, "Wrong house, pal," before I'm startled by a single gunshot. I hop off the stairs and race around the doorway to see a man bleeding on the floor, and my uncle leaning next to him
with a hand over the man's mouth, suppressing his screams. My uncle calmly tells the man, "It's just a leg wound. You'll live. But if you keep screaming, my next bullet will be right between your eyes." He then pushes the pistol against the man's forehead, and the muffled screams putter to a stop like a car out of gas. By this point, I've comprehended that this is a human burglar that my uncle's just shot, and I'm watching a guy probably high school age writhe around on my uncle's hardwood floors with a bullet hole in his leg. Everything that the guy was carrying, trying to steal, was broken from the fall and scattered all around him. My uncle is the first to notice the white urn shattered near the couch, and it's the first and only time I've ever seen a tear touch his cheek. He picks up the moaning kid and drags him to the kitchen table while proceeding to cuss and pistol whip him. My uncle then tells me to go back upstairs, and there's so much rage in his eyes they're literally turning red. Not being stupid, I turn around and dash inside the doorway toward the stairs. I then laid on my stomach and poked my head out from the bottom so that I could see what was going on. And I kinda wish that I hadn't done this. Keeping the gun pointed on the bleeding teen, my uncle continues to yell and cuss while the teen starts to beg for his life. Emotionless, I watch my uncle laugh and say something about how going to jail for homicide with excessive force and death is too good for bottom feeders like him. Then, my uncle steps out of my range of vision. I can hear him digging through the kitchen drawers, and I can still see his forearm pointed out at the teen with the gun. When my uncle fully returns into view, he has a kitchen knife in his left hand, and he tells the kid to put his fingers on the table. This kid starts sobbing, apologizing, and begging my uncle to stop. Watching this scene unfold, in the back of my mind, I guess I thought my uncle was just trying to scare the kid. But then it escalated. My uncle pistol whips the kid again and says to put his hand on the table, now. The kid reluctantly places his right hand on the table, and with the speed only taught in armed forces, my uncle lays his shin onto the kid's wrist so that he can't pull it back. And with one sickeningly swift chop, 2 of the teen's fingers are severed, and a third hangs by a thin layer of skin. The detached fingers bounce before rolling off the table's edge. The teen screams, but just as fast, my uncle has dropped the knife and again has his hand over the kid's mouth, the pistol never leaving sight of his head. I see the teen struggle to not black out as his eyes roll back into his head, multiple times, from the pain, I'm sure. My uncle continues to wear a nauseating grin, as it seems he's found some satisfaction from doing this. He's now scaring me more than the original monster scenario that I was dealing with. My uncle tells the teen, "I don't call the cops, so you better start running if you need to get to a hospital. And don't disturb my neighbors with your hollering or," and I quote verbatim, "I'll gut you before you make it to their mailbox." My uncle then walked over to the front door and opened it, gesturing with the gun for him to leave. The front door is in line with the doorway that I was hiding in, and my uncle saw me on the ground. The kid runs out the door. Shutting the door, my uncle turns back to me and says, "I'm sorry you had to see all that." With the house in shambles and blood everywhere, my uncle decides to take us to a 24-hour diner to wait for my mom to get off work. While at the diner, my uncle tried to explain his war stories and his medication as gently as possible. And I understood as much as I could at that age that he didn't mean to act
crazy. As an adult, I believe I understand much more what war trauma can do to someone's psychological well-being. Although I didn't show it, it took a long time for me to feel fully comfortable around my uncle again. I'll start out with a little backstory. I became medically disabled in the Army in 2015. I served the rest of my time creating a private security team called SE-146 while I was in the reserve component. My name is Delta. I reside in Arizona and I'm getting ready to retire SE-146 operations, being that I'm starting a family next year. Fast forward to 2019, my partner, Guardian 6, and I were hiking in the woods off the Rio Verde River at a recreation site. The park looks like it's a location from one of those cliche thrillers. Trees loom over the pathways, nearly blocking out the moon, and vegetation is so thick that light won't pass through, let alone a person if they needed to hustle through for any reason. Let me be the first to tell you that there are many of those reasons that you'd want to run off the trail into the tree line. 06 and I were walking the trail approximately 2 a.m. on a Monday. The air was crisp and it felt good to have the occasional cool breeze in the fall. The trail winds around 150 meters before ending, but it was our first time and it seemed indefinite. As we rounded one of the long curves, we heard some loud movement in the trees. We quickly crouched down and went dead silent. Suddenly, my heart leapt through my skin as we heard what sounded like a woman in distress, being assaulted and screaming. We slowly encroached on the sound and came to a parking lot. We scanned the asphalt and trees, and no one was around. There were no vehicles, no movement. We got in the car and left hurriedly toward the classic midnight snack joint, Mickey D's. 6 months later, 06 and I were back on the trail. This time we came from the Screamer Trailhead, as we affectionately call it. As we finished up the trail, we noticed a gray Mustang drive up fast, and we quickly dove into the trees, started crawling under the canopy. 2 men got out. They were speaking Spanish while they opened the trunk. To my astonishment, they grabbed a large black bag and hauled away what I can only describe as an adult-sized human cadaver into Screamer Trail. We've been to that river dozens of times on operation. We've been shot at. We've heard trees knock as if there were a Sasquatch moving around. We've been hunted by mountain lions. A myriad of insane activity has gone on there, and the craziest thing is we've hardly ever seen police presence. I'm talking 3 times from 2019 to 2021. Always remember, if you're going to hike the Rio Verde, prepare to get hunted. When I was 9 years old, I was playing hide and seek with 2 of my cousins. I was trying to find an area obscure and quiet and unknown to my cousins. I'd spent the most time at my grandma and grandfather's house, more than any other cousin, for weeks and months sometimes. Anyway, it was the countryside in the middle of nowhere, in a field with only one motorway. So I came across this child inside of a bush full of thorns and nettles, and it was in a ditch slightly. It was at the back of a shed in a greenhouse. I talked to the boy in the bush and he said stuff to me like, "Why are you here and what are you doing?" I don't exactly remember all of it because I was only 9 back then, but I'll never forget the look of the boy. His face was pitch black, and if I ever tried to get a closer look, it didn't seem to show an eye or anything. I could only see the side of his nose and cheek. I had a pretty normal conversation full of questions like, Why are you in the bush? And where do you live? And where did you come from? After about 2 minutes of being with this boy, who'd I'd only seen his clothes, I told the boy to wait there, and I ran to call my cousin Thomas, who was a couple of months younger than me. Me and him walked back to the bush, and the boy was gone. And I still find it strange because it's hard to get in and out of a bush like that. Needless to say, I felt bewildered, and then I stopped playing hide and seek with Jamie and Thomas. And then I had a talk with them about what I had just seen 5 minutes ago, about the boy in the bush. My cousin then told me, the one who was trying to find me, he said that he saw me talking to myself for a while. And that just bewildered me even more. After that, it was dinner, and I told my family members about my experience outside. But of course, none of them believed me. Not even my cousins eventually. I never saw the boy again. I don't think I ever will. In my teen years, I used to walk around the cornfields in the pitch black darkness, 2, 3 a.m., listening to music. But even then, I never saw him again. I'll always remember this event, and I don't believe in the word coincidence, so I believe everything explainable, including unexplainable or random, happens for a reason. It was so real to me. All of it. 100%. In 2001, I was living with my dad and 2 brothers in a small house my dad had just purchased. One night, I heard breaking glass outside. So I jumped up and went out into the hallway to investigate. I looked out the bathroom window first. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything out the front door, so I went to the kitchen to get a drink. No glasses were clean, so when I was washing one, I looked out back, and there he was. Some guy in all black, and his hood was up, and he was staring at the house. I froze up. I began crawling throughout the house, making sure everything was locked. When I made it to the front window, there he was, face planted against the glass, peering inside. I was terrified. I screamed, and my dad and older brother came barreling down the steps with baseball bats. I told them what happened. When we looked out front, our name plaque on the porch was shattered and possibly pissed on. My dad called the police, and they told us that this happened to the previous family several times. As far as I know, he never returned. My dad moved in 2009. Both my mom and dad have told me this story, and I believe it because this is the only thing they both agree on. They divorced in 1988, and I first heard this story many years later. Back in the mid-70s, they got married and moved to Tennessee from Ohio. One New Year's Eve, they stayed with some friends. My mom says she doesn't even think they were drinking or smoking weed, which I find hard to believe considering I know how they were back then. But if she says they weren't, they probably weren't. Both of them were laying on the floor watching TV while their friends sat on the couch. Their young daughter was in bed sleeping. My mom heard shuffling and looked over from the TV to the doorway to the hall. She saw a short female making her way toward the bathroom. She was wearing a long, old-fashioned nightgown and sleeping cap. My mom asked the friends where they got their daughter that nightgown and cap, and said they were cute. They said their daughter didn't have a nightgown or cap, that she just had pajamas. Mom looked at Dad and asked if he'd seen that, and he said he had. They checked the bathroom and nobody was in it. There was nowhere else for anyone to go. They checked the bedroom, and the daughter was in bed, sleeping, in her pajamas. The house sat down below the road, which curved right as it got to the house, and ran along in front of it. The friends told my parents that one night, somebody drove straight off the road and crashed through the roof into the living room, landing on the old lady that lived there and killing her. It was her that they saw. I live in an apartment where an infamous child murder occurred. This is a long story with a bit of graphic exposition. Reader discretion advised. For anyone who's read my other stories, I seem to be a magnet for child spirits. So a bit of history. In 2009, the national media got swept up in a story about an 8-year-old who'd been reported missing by his mother. Amber alerts went out. Thousands of people joined the search, but for days, he wasn't found. His mother was on TV, asking for help, finding her son at all hours of the day. Then a few days later, he was found, floating in one of the irrigation canals. Upon investigation, it was discovered that the mom's boyfriend was doing unspeakable, evil things and physically abusing the boy. For punishment, he would be locked in the walls, an unfinished closet for access to the central air and heating unit, and he had to stay in there for hours. Health and welfare would do routine check-ins at the home, during which the mother and her boyfriend would lock the boy in the closet so they wouldn't see the bruising from the most evil punishment, in which the boy had to lay on the floor, and the mom's boyfriend would do knee drops onto his chest with force. Do the math from there. I do not want to get any more graphic. The mother and her boyfriend then took the body half a mile to the canal and dropped it in, went home, and called in a missing child report. For justice sake, the mother and her boyfriend are now in prison in general population, a fate worse than the death penalty for people who hurt children. Fast forward 4 years, in 2013, my wife and I were looking for an apartment for us and our 2 kids. We got into a 3-bedroom apartment that sets the rent you pay based on your income. There's a pool, fitness center, in-unit washer and dryer, central air and heat, a paradise compared to where I lived before. We had no idea what we were moving into. As I began to make friends with my neighbors, I got to talk to some of the old-timers, the ones that had been living there for years. We would talk about a lot of different things, but as soon as they found out which apartment I live in, "Oh, you live in that apartment. Have you had anything weird happen yet?" "No, why?" "Do you remember the insert child's name case? You live in that apartment." During the search and discovery coverage, the news was very careful not to disclose the actual location where it all occurred. They showed a house a few blocks away where the boy would often go because his friends lived there. We had no way to know what we had just moved into. Our state also doesn't have a mandatory disclosure law. Well, the lack of activity was short-lived. Odd, but little things started happening. If I took off my glasses and set them down while they defog after coming in from the cold, I would come back to that spot a few minutes later, and my glasses weren't there, and I'd finally find them, right where I left them, in the spot that they were, and then they weren't, and then they were. And I'm talking about the middle of a clean counter or a ledge right by the door, not something I'm just going to overlook. They were there, then they weren't, then they were. I initially chalked this up to the fact that I'm getting older and also have MS. I'm also a tobacco smoker, only tobacco. Numerous times I looked and I couldn't find the lighter that I had just had an hour ago. Finally, I'd go to the kitchen drawer, grab a box of matches in the drawer, and head out to the patio. Just as I got the match lit and touched it to the tip of my cigarette, something fell on my hand and clattered on the ground at my feet. I looked down, and there's my lighter. Also, a fun one that happens. I shave when I'm in the shower, and I keep my razor in a caddy hanging from the shower head. I will be on the other end of the bathtub, soaking up, and feel something hit my back and then fall on the floor. My razor mysteriously traveled 4 feet through the air and hit me in the back. Most of the stuff that happens is small, mischievous, and funny. The kind of jokes and pranks a child would play. And now I've taken to saying hello to him every time something like that happens. But as more happens, and I research more about the case, so much more comes to light about things that had been happening, and I didn't know why. My daughter's room has the closet, where the air and heat unit is housed. She'd always complain about hearing scratching, banging, and occasionally a voice coming from the closet. We're on the ground floor, and there are living, fleshy children upstairs. Apartments always have sounds. No, Dad, the sound is in the closet. I still explained it away. Something about the way sound travels and amplifies in heating ducts. Until the breaker on the heater popped, and I had to go in and reset it. And then I saw, scratched into the wood frame in the walls, half hidden by years of dust, the murdered child's name. I sanded it out so my daughter wouldn't see it and get freaked out. We can't afford to find another place to live in this city. Also, occasionally, when my son and I are talking crap and both of us bust out laughing, there's another laugh in the room with us. But my wife and daughter are in the other rooms or not at home. This all brings me to the point where I just have to tell the story because it just happened. For the first time, 20 hours ago, as of the time I'm writing this. My wife and I both woke up at the same time because we heard someone whispering in our room. As my eyes first opened, I saw a young boy kneeling next to my bed, reaching out for my little dog who was sleeping next to me. Not a transparent apparition either, solid appearing and kneeling right next to the bed, trying to pet my dog. As consciousness and my connection to reality increased, the boy faded away into the ether. Ordinarily, I could attribute this to me just still being asleep and dreaming. But I saw my wife moving off the bed toward the bathroom as he faded away in front of my fully open eyes. But yeah, I live in an apartment where a nationally covered child murder occurred. What is it with me and child spirits? I always loved hearing ghost stories, but didn't fully believe in it. One of my friends decided to take me to their grand's house that was supposedly haunted. I was at first skeptical about this, thinking they were going to try to scare me or something. We decided to spend time in each part of the house alone, trying to see if we could hear or see something. I remember being in the bathroom with the door closed and the lights off, only having one candle. I sat in there for around 30 minutes until I heard a knock on the door. At first, I thought it was one of my friends trying to scare me. So I opened the door, and I saw no one there. My first thought remained, it was them playing a prank on me. So I closed the door and sat down on the floor. After a few minutes, I heard the knock again, and I opened the door. But as soon as I opened the door, the faucet behind me in the bath turned on. I remembered being scared, trying to call my friends. When they got to me, I explained, and they didn't believe me at first, knowing I was always the one joking around with things like this. But then, we heard running in the hallway, coming toward the bathroom. We shut the door, turned off the water, and stayed in that bathroom for about an hour. Yes, we were the typical people who hid in a place where it started, but we didn't have anywhere else to go since the running came from the only exit. Now, I'm not saying this is 100% a ghost, but I've spent months trying to think of an explanation for what I've witnessed. I still can't think of a logical one. I might still be a bit skeptical about it, but for me, it was one hell of an experience that I couldn't explain. Most people here are probably aware of the story of Ed Gain. For those that aren't, he was a small-town handyman who confessed to murdering 2 women, in addition to stealing numerous bodies from their graves. One of the women that he murdered was the owner of the local hardware store, where he shot and killed her. That building still stands today. My story happened 20+ years ago. I live in that same town, and it was just before Thanksgiving. I had already started decorating my place for Christmas, and I needed to replace some of the lights. So I just made a quick trip to the hardware store for a couple of boxes. I knew the building was rumored to be haunted by the murdered woman, but I never put much stock in it. I was in the back area where they kept the Christmas decorations and was about to grab the lights when I heard someone nearby saying something about antifreeze. I turned my head and I saw a woman walking by with a massive gunshot in her head. She then suddenly disappeared. I just stood there in shock for a good minute. When I finally made my way to the front of the store to pay for the lights, the guy behind the counter took one look at my face and simply said, "You saw her, didn't you?" A few months ago, I was at the local coin laundromat. The laundromat is pretty small, closer to the edge of the beach town that I live in. The town is pretty well known for drifters and people experiencing homelessness. Most people are friendly, and though there's a lot of drug use, I've never really felt scared. I went late because I had been studying that day. It was around 10 p.m. Everything was fine until I went to move my laundry to the dryer. I was listening to music on my headphones, but not super loudly. Suddenly, I got the feeling that someone was watching me. I can't really explain it, I just felt the presence. I turned around, and there was a man standing just a few feet away from me. He was a guy with pink hair who was wearing a full face mask, like a ski mask, a hoodie, gloves, and sunglasses, even though it was dark out. The gloves and sunglasses immediately made me feel uncomfortable. I thought maybe he was a drifter or high, but I didn't want to be rude. I tried to laugh it off and told him he surprised me. He immediately started talking. A lot of it was disjointed,
and it just didn't make any sense. He was talking about coming up from Brazil to bring my brother money to get a classic car. Again, none of it really made much sense, but he would ask me questions and wait for me to respond, so I tried to just play along. I still thought he was probably just high or something, but he was standing between me and the only door, and I started getting this gut feeling that he was blocking the door on purpose, not just accidentally as he talked to me. He was getting closer to me as he talked, and the feeling got stronger. Logically, something was off, but mostly, I just had this feeling in the pit of my stomach that I needed to leave and keep him talking until I could. I started to edge to the side, but he stayed in front of me, and the feeling got more intense. I started to grip my keys in an attack position, just in case. He talked more and then backed off a little. He took off his backpack, which was a child's unicorn backpack, and he set it on a nearby dryer. I looked over to the door for just a second, and when I looked back, he was pulling out something that I couldn't see and holding it to the side behind him, concealing it from me. But I did see what was in his backpack: duct tape. Instantly, it was just like an alarm went off. There was no more worrying about being rude, no more second-guessing myself that he was just off but harmless. It was like this cold, numb dread just washed over me. I almost felt calm, like I knew the next steps, knew that I had to do something. Time seemed to move in slow motion, and he turned back to me, not saying anything anymore, and took a step forward. I gripped my keys as tightly as possible and tried to mentally prepare to fight. I remember being afraid that I would move too slow or be too weak, like in a nightmare. But all of a sudden, the door to the laundromat opens, and a woman walked in. Barely even looking at us, she just went to get her laundry. It was like a scene in a movie, a moment of intensity just interrupted by something innocuous, and suddenly, it's over. He just turned, got his bag, and left. I was so scared I just stayed there a minute, until I could get my laundry and just go home. I didn't report it. I never knew what to say since nothing had actually happened. But when I think about it, I think the scariest thing is that he left as soon as someone walked in. If he was just crazy, it wouldn't have mattered. I think a stranger's laundry timer saved me from something terrible. I don't go to the laundromat anymore. I joined a laundry service. The extra cost is worth it to never go back. So to the man with the pink hair and the unicorn backpack, let's not meet again. I usually just enjoy reading the personal encounters of others, but I feel like sharing one of the weirdest and creepiest encounters of my life. I'm not a skeptic nor a firm believer of the paranormal. I would say I am in between. In terms of experiencing stuff, I tend to look for the most logical reasoning for it, as much as possible. I don't want to think of it as paranormal. I live in a province somewhere in the Philippines. My work at the time was in the city. If I'm not mistaken, this city used to be an army barracks and fort during World War II. Part of it was changed to a fast-growing city business district. My work there was customer support for a European business, and most of my shifts were graveyard, 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. There are only a handful of people working on the graveyard shift, about 15 on weekdays and half of that on weekends.
This happened on a weekend. I got to work around 8 p.m.-ish. When I got in, I saw that there were around 3 people in the area. I thought, well, okay, it's still early. A friend of mine who was a supervisor, sitting 2 aisles away from me, kept glancing at my end as I put my stuff on my workstation. I looked up to him and I gave him a small wave. He called me over and let me take a seat on his side, and then he asked me, "Did you come alone?" I looked at him confused and I was like, "Yeah." He gave a weird look and then said, "I saw you with someone when you came in. He was just behind you, just following you until you got to your workstation. I even thought it was your boyfriend or something." I was like, "Dude, we can't have unauthorized personnel here, and I'm pretty sure I was alone when I got here." He just looked at me weirdly. He claims to have a sixth sense, and he told me that it might be an elemental of sorts that's attached itself to me. The weird part was my mom used to tell me that when I was not at home, there was this figure that could be seen roaming inside my room. This figure, from what my mother said, was just pacing inside. She knows it's not me because of the build of the shadow. It was distinctly male. And that was my friend's description as well. Now, I'm not sure if it is still attached to me, since I haven't really felt any presence, but other people seem to see it at random times, just beside me or in my room. At first, I actually thought that what my friend saw was probably an apparition of a soldier because of the area where we work. But with my mom saying that she can see this figure in my room, I think it might have followed me to work that time. I've told this story so many times. My friends always just laugh it off and tell me I'm crazy. I'm about 9 years old at the time. I'm sleeping over at my best friend's house, down in his basement. At some point in the middle of the night, I wake up to the sound of someone running down the stairs to the basement. I shoot straight up off the couch that we were sleeping on. My friend somehow remains asleep. When I look over at the stairs, I see a kid standing at the bottom. I had just woken up, so I'm wiping my eyes, making sure my eyes aren't playing tricks on me. He's still there, so I ask, "Who's there?" I get no response, and now I'm horrified. He's just standing there at the bottom of the stairs. I think it may be my best friend's brother, messing with us. But they look smaller, and I'm not sure, so I'm still very weary. After not receiving an answer, I ask angrily, "What do you want?" But the little boy who had stopped at the bottom of the stairs had not moved an inch. He looked right at me in the eyes and says, I'm here. I'm ready to give it my all." Very weird thing to say, I know. After hearing his voice and processing his weird response, I'm now 100% sure that this is not my friend's brother, and my friend's still sleeping on the other end of the couch. After he said, I'm here, I'm ready to give it my all," it really clicked in my 9-year-old head that this isn't a dream, and I'm actually awake right now. My heart drops, and I'm frozen with terror. I don't know what else to say to the kid at the bottom of the stairs, but I continue to look at him, despite being absolutely frozen with fear. He stares right back at me, and after about 10 or 15 seconds, I ask him who he was again. He starts to give me a real sinister grin, and then he legitimately fades away, right in front of my eyes. I lay back down under the covers and come to terms with the fact that I'm awake. After about an hour of shitting my pants under the covers, I
I build up the courage to wake up my friend, to go upstairs. I tell my friend and his family about it the next morning, and everyone tries to convince me that I was sleeping, but I know I was awake. A few years later, after they'd moved out of that house, my friend's mom admits to having a few strange encounters in that house herself. I wish the kid had said a bit more, but at the same time, I guess I don't. 'Cause that grin that he gave me, the fear that came over me after, has stuck with me ever since. Now at 23, I still get chills when I think about that experience. If he had paired that grin with something a little more frightening than I'm here, I'm ready to give it my all, I probably would have to be institutionalized. In 2012, when my sister was dying of cancer, I moved into her tiny apartment with her. It was basically 2 rooms. She had the bedroom and I slept on a nasty old couch stained with cat urine. As the disease progressed and the chemotherapy made her sicker, I bought an electronic wireless doorbell and affixed the button to the rail of her bed. That way she could summon me with little effort if she needed something. She felt guilty about using it, but I convinced her that it was okay and to ring at any time she needed anything. It was a horrible time, but I was glad to be there with her. After she died, the medical supply rental company came and picked up the rented hospital bed. I had the doorbell sitting around on the credenza in a small room where I slept. One day, my sister's friend Mark was visiting. It was about a week after she had died, and Mark and I were both in kind of a fog of grief. I was chatting with Mark and happened to be looking at the doorbell. All of a sudden, I saw the red LED on the button light up, and the doorbell chimed. The LED above the button only lit up if someone pushed it. Mark and I stopped talking for a few seconds and looked at the doorbell. Neither of us commented on it then. Some months later, Mark brought it up. He said that it seemed a bit spooky to him. I agreed, but didn't really know what to say about it. I no longer believe in ghosts, but the doorbell never rang on its own again that I witnessed. When I was 12 years old, me and my family got into a bad living situation. We got evicted, and we had nowhere to go. We aren't wealthy by any means, but our family, that's different. My grandparents, to be specific to this story. So after a lot of debating and many fights between my parents and I, they decided that we were going to move in with my grandparents. Where we were living, it had 1 bedroom, a bathroom, a TV, and 2 beds. Me and my sister would share a bed, and my parents would share the other. Okay, now a big thing is that we have 3 cats, Ginger, Angel, and Tim, and they were staying in the woodshed, which was up the hill and down a path. And to give a picture of the house, it was 3 stories, in the middle of nowhere, private property, and gated. There was a password to even get into the driveway, which went up a mountain and took about another 15 minutes to drive. My grandparents had workers that they paid by the hour. Blake, Sam, and Chad. I'd only ever met Blake, and he was really nice. He was 20 and he had a 2-year-old kid. One day, when I was going out to feed the cats, I saw a guy come out of the shed. He asked me if I needed a ride back to the house or if I wanted to walk. He said my name and told me that my grandparents had a big Christmas present coming for me, since it was around that time of year. I said I was good and that I could walk. He said okay, and he gave me the key to the shed. I fed the cats, and then I walked back. At dinner that night, I brought up the man, and my grandparents went white. No one was working that day, and no one, other than Blake, knew who I was. The so-called Christmas present, it was real, but they hadn't told anyone about it. They had the key to the shed, and they even had the spare, which was kept under a gas can in the basement. After that, my grandparents got their guns and went out. They searched the entire property for hours, and they didn't find anyone. How did he know my name? I was about 5 and had been playing hide and seek with my mom in our little townhouse. It was my turn to hide, and I knew the best place, our walk-in pantry. I opened the door and I saw a little boy in there. He was facing away from me, and it looked like he was already hiding. He had blonde hair and he wore a sailor suit. He looked over his shoulder and said, "Shh, I'm hiding." Being a kid, I thought, oh, and walked away, closing the door behind me. I was coming out of the kitchen and my mom asked why I wasn't hiding. I said because the boy is already in there. That both startled her and creeped her out. I still remember the little boy to this day. The shadow man was later on. This happened between the ages 13 and 17. I moved into our unfinished basement. We'd moved since seeing the ghost in the cupboard. And I noticed at night a dark figure of a man would stand at the bottom of the stairs with his hands on the banister, watching me. Sometimes he'd walk up the stairs. When it first started happening, I would bravely run to the stairs and see who was there. It was just Mom and I living in our home, and she would be in bed. I set traps, blocking the stairs, put baby powder on the steps, etc. But it yielded nothing. You could hear the footsteps as the figure walked up the stairs, but that was it. He would come down and stand there too, sometimes. I had a few sleepovers, but my friends were creeped out by the shadow man that would watch us. I had gotten used to him and never really seemed to be bothered by him. He seemed more interested in just viewing people. I never saw him on our main floor, nor the upper one, just our basement, and only at the bottom or walking the stairs, almost as if he was an echo. Now for the stuff at my friend's house. I'd been staying with them for a while, and finally brought up the strange things I'd had happen. I didn't want my friend to think that I was crazy. So we'd had the talk about the sounds of walking up and down the staircase, and the sounds of people in the hallways when he was in his room reading, etc. We both sort of wrote it off as strangeness. But then I bring up the voices in the room and the vision of this guy. I hear footsteps through the doorway when I'm home alone and the door is closed. Electronics will power on randomly. Things would fall from shelves and counters. And I will sometimes hear, "Hello?" as if someone is right in my ear. The dogs would get spooked by the footsteps, searching for the person that made them. I tell him that it almost feels like something or someone is trying to communicate but can't. He's a pretty logical guy, but this rattled him. I asked what's up, and that's when he tells me how his family bought the house 40 years ago because the previous owner stepped outside to have a smoke and choked to death, dying on the doorstep, which was below the room I'd been sleeping in. Even stranger is that he said it might also be his brother, who passed away long ago. His brother committed suicide, and the room I stayed in was his brother's old room. I wasn't even aware that he had a brother. It was crazy. Then came the ghost dog. My friend had 3 dogs, and I had 1, so there were a lot of 4-legged beasts running around. I would often house sit while he went on holidays, so taking all of the pups out was sort of my jam. So after a long trip, he came home and we were chatting about things, and I mentioned that I'm probably losing my mind again. He laughs and asks how so. I start to explain that I swear he had another dog in the house and that I kept seeing things that aren't there. I tell him about the gray dog that I would often see just at the edge of my vision and really only notice when I was taking the dogs out or when they were all in the backyard, because it would make me think that I'd forgotten to let one of the dogs out. The thing was, I only ever saw it in one part of the house. He asks for a description, and I provide all the details that I can remember. He goes to his room, I never go in there, and he digs through a box to show me a picture. It's a ghost dog. He said that it was actually his pup as a kid, and at the time, the part of the house that I'd seen him in hadn't been built, but rather was the dog's favorite part of the backyard. The last experience, ghost occurrence, happened about a year ago. Honest to goodness, it was the freakiest, and became concerning the more that it went on. I'm early 40s now, and I want to be a skeptic. Like, I think there are valid or logical reasons for all of these. But then, my last interaction really changed my view. I was living in a new building. It was a condo that was just built on vacant land, where no building had stood before. I was the first person to live in my suite, and the 5th person to move into the building the first day, so I was sure that it would be impossible to have a paranormal experience. I got a puppy who loved the upstairs neighbor. He'd often run about and stare at the same spot on the ceiling. This would happen all times of the day, the same spot, no matter what the lighting nor what was happening. I couldn't see anything, so I thought he could hear the upstairs neighbor. As time went on, I would hear knocking on my bedroom door, which leads to the living room. I'd text the upstairs neighbor to see if she was moving, was awake, etc., in case something was happening. Nope, we ruled it out. Things escalated, and I could hear movement in my living room, so intensely that I would jump from bed and whip the door open to see what's happening. I installed a Google Nest camera, and nope, nothing was moving. Okay, so maybe I'm hallucinating or hearing other noises in the building. But the weird thing was how loud and clear the noises were. One night, I went to bed early, 8 p.m. or so, and I was laying there with the dog and everything was calm. Suddenly, the door rattled, knocked twice, and I swear I heard, "You there?" The dog heard it too. It made him bark and jump at the door. I opened it up and he went running out into the living room. Again, no one was there. The downstairs neighbors had moved out a few months back, so no one was down there. The neighbor wasn't home, and the next day, when we reviewed the security cameras for the hallways, there was no movement around my place or outside. Lights turned on and off sometimes, and I thought maybe it's the wiring. But I had electricians take a look, and they said it all seemed fine. Then things wouldn't be where I left them, in my apartment. Still, I sort of wrote it off as me losing my mind. Then I noticed the master bathroom. It had weird energy, and it got dark, despite having a nightlight in there. My dog would sit and stare at the darkness, sometimes being agitated and barking at it before leaping towards it. And even still, I felt like I was doing my own head in. I started talking about moving, and the noises got really bad. The thumping on the bedroom door, loud, and the doorknob would rattle, loud. Again, no one there. The puppy became afraid of things in the apartment, as if he was seeing things moving around. One day, I went for a shower in the master bath. My shower stall has full glass doors, floor to ceiling, and I can see through to the bedroom. The dogs jumped on the bed and looked in the living room. I get in the shower and start wetting my hair and looking at the dogs to make sure they're not play fighting or anything like that. I look away and reach for my shampoo. As I did, out of the corner of my eye, I see my face cream bottle in mid-air, flying at the opposite wall from the counter. It hit the wall hard and then fell to the ground. There was nothing on the counter. The cream had been in the middle of the counter, with nothing that could have possibly caused it to propel itself off the counter, let alone hit the opposite wall. I jumped, and the dogs came running to see what had happened. I brought it up to the neighbors, because this wasn't normal. And they started to talk about the weird activities that they'd experienced in their apartment in our building. We'd had 2 people die in the 2 years that I was there, and that was pretty terrifying. And I'm just glad that we don't live there anymore. Basically, I've just experienced a whole bunch of weirdness.
As an adult, in my mid-20s, I was my bestie's babysitter. I babysat her little boy, who at the time was around 1. Not all the time, just for date nights. As social workers, we were overly cautious about who watched our children. As you can imagine, we've heard the worst. So I'm watching H at bedtime. After playing downstairs for a bit, we go upstairs so I can bathe him before bed. We bathe, and then I'm drying him off on the floor, playing peekaboo. I then hear something downstairs, some movement, and their dog starts barking. It's a little yappy dog, and he barks all the time, but this time he wouldn't stop. So then I think, maybe they just came home early, but the dog keeps barking incessantly, not pausing, just going crazy. I'm still drying off H, and so I pick him up, and I hear clear as day downstairs a male yelling,
"Stop barking at that monkey!"
The dog instantly stops barking. I then wait because I'm thinking it's my bestie's husband. No one comes upstairs. I then get this feeling that creeps up my spine, and I just realize that it is not my bestie and her husband. They are not home. I start to panic because I'm thinking a stranger has broken into the house. I start looking somewhere to hide H in the bathroom because my cell phone is downstairs and I want him to be safe. I'm so terrified that I'm shaking. I then decide, fuck it, I'm bringing H with me because I think he'll be hurt if I leave him by himself. I pick up H, still wrapped in a towel, and take a deep breath. I'd built up the courage to run downstairs to find my phone. So I open the door, and I run with that baby like I've never ran before. I grab my phone on the counter, and then run back upstairs. I text my bestie, who says she'll be home in 20. I search the house. I don't find anything. She comes home. I tell her and her husband what happened.
They both look at each other and kind of nod. I'm like, what the fuck? First, they tell me that they call H monkey at bedtime. They both then proceed to tell me how they think the house is haunted, about stuff that happens all the time, like a cigar smoke smell, stuff being moved and disappearing, etc. It had never talked before, though. I was shook. We're still friends to this day, but you bet your ass I did not babysit again. Do you believe a loved one can visit you before passing on? It had been about 6 years that my wife and I had moved a good distance away from my family. I hadn't seen my maternal grandparents in those years when one late night I received a phone call from my mother saying my grandfather had died unexpectedly. After falling asleep a short time later, I had a dream that my grandfather was standing at the foot of my bed. He appeared noticeably younger and healthy, like I remembered from my childhood. He was bathed in light behind him. He smiled at me, but did not speak. I did not speak to him. I then awoke to find my closet door at the foot of my bed open, with the light on. I thought that was unusual because I normally can't sleep unless it was pitch black in my room. It was also strange to me that he would visit my home in a dream when he had never visited my home when he was alive or knew where it was exactly. I did, however, feel at peace after seeing him. I'd felt guilty that night after the phone call of his death that I had not seen him, that I had put off traveling to visit. It was almost like he had visited to give us both some closure. I've never experienced anything like that since. Can ghosts get jealous? When your attention is off of them, even for a little while, can they remind you that they do indeed exist? The day started in the usual way. My husband went to work. I took the kids to school, and then I returned home alone to clean up the kitchen before I spent the day in my home office with eyes glued to my computer screen. Being from New England, we have 2 kitchen back doors, a heavy wooden inner door, and an outside aluminum storm door. When the weather is nice, we often have the inner door open so that the light comes in. The storm door, however, is closed and often hook-locked. Now and then, when I am home alone, I lock the storm door with the hook lock at the very top of the door because we have an in-ground pool and we wanted to keep the kids from easily unlocking the door and going out back without supervision. At that time, the hook was new and so tight I often needed a towel to help me pry the lock out of the eye to unlock the door. This morning, like most, before my day job took all of my attention, I headed out to the back door to spend some time with the pups. We were all looking forward to about 10 minutes of fun. As both puppies ran through the door and I ran after them, the inner door was wide open. I remember hearing the storm door bang shut behind me. I walked around the pool and fenced-in yard with the boys. I threw the ball a bit on our grassy section and played tag with the 2 wonderful canines. And then we all headed toward the back porch. Our morning ritual was done. But when I got to the back door, the storm door wouldn't open. I could see into the sunny, quiet, empty kitchen. The latch, the handle, was open. The door even bent a bit. But I could see that it was stuck at the top where the hook and the eye lock was located. That was odd. The dogs, expecting that they were going in, were barking. their heads pressed against me and the storm door, as they anticipated at any time that I would let them back into the kitchen to grab a drink of water. But I couldn't do it. I tried shutting the door and retrying the handle. I even hit it from the outside, where the lock would have been located on the inside. But no luck. I finally gave up trying to pry the door open, so I left the dogs in the backyard, grabbed the hidden spare key, and opened the cellar door. I then climbed the rickety wooden stairs and thanked God that the cellar door leading to the kitchen, though shut, was not locked. I then walked into the kitchen. The inner door was how I had left it, wide open, and the sun streaming in. I was really expecting to see the hook jabbed in between the door and the door jamb. No, the hook was in the eye. By this time, the dogs were really making a ruckus for me to open the door. They could see me as they stood on the porch, so I reached up to unlock the door. The hook was not slightly in the hole. It was not a little bit in the hole. It was locked tight, and it was in so hard I needed to pry it open, using more than a little bit of effort. After I opened the door and let the dogs in the house, I called out for my husband. He must have returned home for some reason and locked me out of the house. Nothing. I looked to see if his car was in the driveway. Not there. The two dogs and I were completely alone. How do you think the door happened to get locked and keep me out of the house? What do you think happened? Could it be that my resident ghost was not fond of me playing with my new dog friends? Could he have become jealous of the cries of laughter coming from the backyard? Let me know what you think.